Thank you. Welcome, everyone. As you're aware, this is day 11 of the Inquiry and Advisory Committee hearing for Kentbruck Green Power Hub Project Environment Effects Statement. This hearing is being audio recorded. My name is Lisa Kendall and I'm Chair of the committee appointed to consider this matter, and I'm joined in the room today by Member Michael Kirsch, who's sitting on my left, and Member Joyner on my right, and Member Lachlan Wilkinson is joining us online today. The microphone is on. Can I just check that's all good? Thank you. So today we'll continue to hear submissions from the proponent, including evidence from Ms Charmaine Dunstan, who I can see is with us. Welcome. And also Ricky Feldman on Aboriginal cultural heritage. So I'll just advise that no party has indicated an intention to ask questions of Mr Feldman. We do, however, have 3 parties intending to ask questions of Ms Dunstan, and we'll do those in the following order. So Maurice Schinkel has submitted 1 question in writing that I will cover off on first. Then Mr Munro has indicated he is likely to have 30 to 40 minutes of questions, and Mr Munro is with us. Thank you. And Mr Turner has asked for 30 to 40 minutes. So we have had a number of documents circulated in the last day. These have been uploaded to the Engage Victoria website. I note they include Ms Dunstan's expert presentation and traffic submissions from the proponent and some follow-up material from the hearing discussions. And invite the proponent to take us through any documents that you would like to. And we'll do that now, if that's okay, Mr Chesler. I don't have any other preliminary matters for the IAC, so I'll hand to you.
Thank you. The only documents that I wanted to mention for present purposes were the opening submissions in respect of traffic, document 368, and Ms Dunstan's presentation, 367. They're the documents that are most relevant for this morning's session. Ms Dunstan's witness statement is document 79, and that's another document that the committee may want to have before it. I didn't propose to say anything further about documents this morning. In terms of other preliminary matters, I'm mindful that we still need to come back to you in respect of the list of outstanding matters, and what I'm proposing to do is that we'll just consolidate our list throughout the day, and if it's convenient to the committee, we'll address that at the end of the day's play, that is after the evidence of Mr Feldman. What we're intending to do is indicate how we're proposing to respond to those matters. We're hoping to have the responses prepared in time to file with the balance of the material for Thursday, and it would be useful just to undertake a reconciliation to make sure that our list matches your list.
Yes, thank you. I'm happy if we do that at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you. In terms of moving then, sorry, they're the preliminary matters.
Thank you. I will ask if there are any other preliminary matters. I'll just note, I can see Mr Turner is with us. So in terms of parties being present for the evidence, I can see that we have those parties present. And we don't have DECA or Parks Victoria in attendance today. I'll just ask if anybody online has any questions or further preliminary matters. And if not, I think we're good to go. So, Mr Chesler, I'll hand to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm proposing to simply table the submissions that we've prepared opening the topic. That's document 368. It's been prepared in the standard format that identifies the relevant documents and the relevant mitigation measures. Mr Wright will be calling evidence from Ms Dunstan, and I'll hand across to him now. I understand that there's a matter that we can usefully address before calling the evidence. And I'll ask that.
Thank you, Mr Chesler, and good morning, committee members. The matter that I'd like to address before I ask Ms Dunstan to commence relates to the matters raised in Mr Munro's submission 196. Now, I'm doing so at this point in advance of the evidence because of the fact that questions will be asked, we expect, of matters raised in that submission. And there's a number of matters, or rather assumptions, that are made in that submission about, in particular, concrete foundation amounts and related vehicle movements, which proceed from incorrect assumptions. And I'll address what those are and what we say the consequences are, which may have an implication for questions to be asked of Ms Dunstan. So whether it truncates questions or would lead to me being more than typically interventionist in questions, it's useful for the proponent's position to be set out in advance of the evidence so the committee understands why that's the case, if so.
Thank you. You're happy with that approach.
Now, there's two. The first thing I'd like to say is this, that for purposes of the transport impact assessment documented in Appendix P, and really the traffic impacts on the road network that would be consequent from the project, there's really one critical number. And that is, as is typical for traffic impact assessments of that kind, the peak movement numbers, which is really the worst case for impacts, where you add traffic generated by the project into the existing traffic conditions, and then decisions are made as to whether those additions or the impacts that arise from them are acceptable or unacceptable in context of really the capacity of the road network. So that's really the critical question that's addressed for traffic impact purposes in the TIA. And Ms Dunstan will address that when it comes to her giving her evidence. And we just ask the committee to bear in mind, and I'll come to the particular number that's been used for purposes of the TIA and Ms Dunstan's evidence in a moment, but that's really the headline question, is what are the peak movements going to be? And Ms Dunstan's evidence has assessed that in respect of a 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. Period of time in the morning, where it's assumed that there will be the greatest number of movements associated with deliveries of concrete to a turbine foundation location, as well as a confluence of movements by workers coming into the site. That's really the genesis of that particular point of impact consideration. So whatever I say that follows, nothing has changed as a consequence of the matters I'll take you to in a moment in respect of that headline number. And so there's a number that I'll come to of 17 movements for concrete trucks that's used in the TIA, and that's the same number that Ms Dunstan's used, and I'll ask her to explain the impacts of that. Nothing in Mr Munro's submission changes that proposition. Now, there's two critical assumptions that are made, as we have understood it, in submission 196, which we say are problematic and consequently mean that the numbers of traffic movements that are assumed, rather said to be inaccurate consequently in the TIA, can't be relied on in that submission. Now, the first of those relates to a calculation of the amount of concrete required for foundations for turbines. And the assumption that's been made in the submission is that based on an indicative figure of a 25 metre by 4 metre foundation hole, the entire volume of that would be made up of concrete. And times that by 105, and a number's arrived at over 200,000 cubic metres of concrete. Now, that's an incorrect assumption. The assumption that is made for purposes of the TIA is a much lower number. It's about 686 cubic metres for a typical foundation for a turbine in the order of 5 to 6 megawatts. And I'll come back to that soon. And I should say that number is not pie in the sky. It's based on the proponent as an experienced wind farm operator's experience of developing these facilities, including currently for a facility in South Australia, of 5 to 6 megawatt turbines where that amount or approximate amount is required for a foundation. So that's the number that the TIA proceeds on the basis of, and that's the number that the committee should proceed on the basis of. I'll come to where you find these numbers in the documentation shortly. The other component of that assumption that's incorrect is to apply negligible volume to steel reinforcement within a foundation hole. And there's a very large amount of steel reinforcement that's used for turbine foundations. It takes up a significant proportion of the volume of the foundation excavation hole is steel. So that's a second component of the first critical flaw in the assumptions. The second problematic assumption arises from a back calculation using the number of 210 cubic metres of concrete, which is a number that's referred to not in the TIA and is not anywhere relied on in the TIA. It's a number that's referred to in Chapter 3, the project description chapter of the EES, about the total volume anticipated or estimated for concrete that would be used for the project, not turbine foundations, for the project. Now, we've investigated that number, and it's a number that you will find if you look at the original referral to the Minister from 2018, wherein at that time consideration was for up to 157 turbines and some calculations given about traffic movements associated with the volumes of material that would be required at that point in time, which is for concrete 210,000. And there's a table 11-1 in the referral which sets out a number of vehicle movements which is much higher than has been assumed for purposes of the TIA. Now, there's a point in time issue there. That's 2018, and it precedes the TIA's assessment and the various refinements of the project, including numbers of turbines over time that have occurred through the preparation of the EES itself after the referral occurred. So everything has been scaled back. Now, that number of 210,000 cubic metres, as referred to in Chapter 3 of the EES, is a number that shouldn't be there. That's an incorrect number to the current project. So to the extent that, and I should say Mr. Munro's calculations very heavily rely on that number, it's not a number that should be relied on, and it is not a number that is relied on for purposes of the TIA's assessment or Ms. Dunstan's work. That number is used in submission 196 to estimate numbers of external delivery movements, bringing concrete-related materials to the site, and in our submission, consequently, very significantly overestimates the number of vehicle movements that would be required. So those are the two critical problematic assumptions. In both cases, the consequence of the assumptions made is to dramatically overestimate the number of movements in a manner that is not supported by the TIA, not consistent with the approach that's documented for this project in the TIA and otherwise the EES documentation. I just would like to give you a bit more specific detail about the assumptions that are used in the TIA. In relation to the number of vehicle movements associated with concrete deliveries, this is made concrete in trucks delivered to turbine foundations. The key assumption, which we'll find a couple of key assumptions, and I'll share this document with you on screen. This is the Appendix P, the TIA, and I'm presently on PDF page 65 and Table 11, which is headed Estimate of External Traffic Generated. And if I draw your attention to the line item that refers to truck and dog trailer on screen, you can see one-way trips. This is across the project construction period for the turbines, particularly, is 4,180, and it's said to relate to cement, concrete, aggregate and sand. And I'll just ask you to hold that number of 4,180 in your mind for the moment. If I take you forward to PDF page 112, which is Appendix B to the TIA, you can see in the middle of that spreadsheet there's references to wind farm and a number of vehicle movement types in the left-hand first column. They variously relate to a number of external or internal delivery types for various materials from various locations. the numbers I need to draw your attention to relate to the first highlighted, or these three highlighted rows, which are said to be external quarry product delivery pavement materials, external quarry product delivery concrete aggregate, and general deliveries. I can't show you on screen at the same time the headings, but I'll provide you the numbers. In reverse order, it's 80 vehicle movements one way across the construction period, 3,500 and 600. If one adds those three numbers together, you arrive at 4,180, which is the same as the number in table 11. The next point I need to take you to is on PDF page 67. And you'll see, and I have to apologise for the different highlighting colours for my purposes, but I'm going to ask you to draw your attention to the main paragraph on screen there, which you can see relates to, well, it says this. This part of the TIA relates to the assumptions made for peak traffic generation in the peak hour movement, which you then find addressed over the page in a table. And the paragraph beginning with regards to reads, with regard to construction works, the peak traffic generation task is likely to occur during the pouring of foundations at each turbine site over the course of a single day per turbine. A concrete agitator, it's a concrete truck, can carry up to 7 cubic metres of concrete. Therefore, it's estimated that 98 vehicle trips are required for each respective turbine foundation pour, assuming 100 cubic metres of concrete is poured per hour. Approximately 17 one-way trips per hour are predicted. There's just a few things to say about that. If one takes 98 vehicle trips and multiplied by 7 cubic metres of concrete, you arrive at the number of 686 cubic metres of concrete for a single turbine foundation. Now, that is consistent with the proponent's experience of current experience, as we speak, I should say, of turbine foundations for turbines at a site called Goyder in the South Australia in the order of 5 to 6 megawatts, which is what's proposed for this facility. So that number can be assumed, those numbers of trips, and I should qualify by saying there are various sizes of concrete trucks that one might use that would, if you get a bigger truck, you need fewer trips. If you have a smaller truck, you need more trips. But for purposes of the assessment, the assessment's proceeded on 7 cubic metre truck and 98 trips. We're confident that those numbers are reliable for purposes of the assessment. In respect of 100 cubic metres of concrete per hour, if one was to divide the number of 100 cubic metres by 7 cubic metres, you'll arrive at just over 14 concrete truck trips to deliver 100 cubic metres of concrete. Now, that's consistent with the, well, what I'll say is this. What has been assumed for purposes of the peak hour generation is a larger number of trips per hour. So rather than 14, the assumption has been 17 trips per hour. So more conservative than would otherwise perhaps be the case. In terms of the overall duration of a pour of that size, proponents' instructions based on its experience are one would expect in the order of 8 to 10 hours to pour a foundation of that size for these turbine types and sizes. Now, there's a lot of variability in all of those numbers, Madam Chair. Conditions on the day, what is happening with the foundation pour, various matters that might lead to differences in all of those variables, but we've got to use something for purposes of the assessment, and these are the numbers that have been used, and we say that those numbers can be relied on by the committee. And I'll just pause about that number of 17. That is the critical number. We say it's been assumed by the TIA for purposes of peak hour movements that will volumetrically be the largest number of movements across the peak hour of 6 to 7 a.m. when workers are coming to the site as well. and that's the basis on which the TIA proceeds and that Ms Dunstan has separately proceeded, and I'll ask her to explain why from her perspective. There's one, before I move to the next matter, so that is really dealing with the first issue about peak hour movements, number of concrete truck movements per hour maximum, which is the headline number of to assess for purposes of overall traffic impacts from the project. We say there's nothing in the submission that's been put in 196 that disturbs any of that material. Assumptions that have been made are simply wrong. Before I move to the next topic, I do need to identify for you that there is one sentence in this document which needs to be corrected, and you can see highlighted in blue, this is PDF page 66 of the document. It refers to concrete batch plants. 2 temporary batch plants are expected to be located on site. One will be accessed via a new access road north of Sandy Hill Road. The other will be accessed via 9 Mile Road. And then this is the sentence that's incorrect. It says that they will produce concrete for hard stands and road upgrades, but will not be used for turbine foundations. It's the latter part of that that is incorrect. This is something rightly identified by Mr Munro in his submission. Balance of the ES does proceed necessarily on the basis that the batching plant locations will be used to batch concrete. The concrete materials will be brought in to the batching plants, delivered, and then the batching plant will put those materials in the usual way together and then put them into concrete trucks, which will then go to turbines. So if you could just please, for these purposes, correct that statement that they will be used for concrete for turbine foundations. Now, the next matter relates to this question about external. So what we've been dealing about so far, and I should make a point of clarification, is really internal movements within the project site from the batching plant locations to turbine foundation locations for purposes of this headline number of peak maximum hourly movements. Now, I say internal because I mean that those are around the project area, but they won't necessarily be contained within the plantation area, by which I mean it may be necessarily that concrete trucks will have to use Portland Nelson Road and consequently have an impact on traffic flows on Portland Nelson Road in order to get to the various turbine locations from one of the 2 batching plants. Now, the TIA proceeds on the assumption that those 17 movements will have external impacts on the road network, including on Portland Nelson Road. And as Ms Dunstan will come to explain, her analysis also assumes that those 17 movements will occur on Portland Nelson Road. And so for purposes of the impacts on the public road network, and critically the road of concern is Portland Nelson Road, that assumption has been made. Now, that assumption is conservative because not all of those movements will need to occur on Portland Nelson Road. Because of the location of the batching plants, there will be opportunity. I can't tell you with precision until this is designed properly, but a proportion of those movements will occur within the plantation roads, some of which are public, most of which are private, and not every movement will have to occur on Portland Nelson Road. So that's an element of conservatism in that already conservative number of 17 peak per hour. Okay, now the final matter relates to the external delivery movements, bringing concrete related materials to site to deliver to the batching plants. And if you recall, I've indicated that submission 196 assumes works backward from that number of 210 cubic metres of concrete to calculate various weighting or volumetric tonnage weights for aggregate sand and cement and water to arrive at a number of overall external delivery movements, one way, two way. And I've already explained to you why it's not appropriate to have regard to the number of 210,000, but I'll need to give you an alternative number. What I can tell you, and I don't know that I need to do this for you. If you would like me to, I can tell you the calculations, but I'm going to give you an indication of what is the more realistic number, and I'll do it with a qualification. So the more realistic number is to use the number of the 686 cubic metres of concrete for a foundation times by 105 turbines, foundation holes, gives you in the order of 72,000 cubic metres of concrete, not 210,000 cubic metres of concrete. Now, the qualification is that whilst the lion's share of concrete to be used for the project would relate to foundations, there will be smaller amounts for other purposes, including elements within substations, met mast tower footings, and potentially some hardstand and other ancillary building footings. But the vast majority would be related to the turbine foundations. Now, if one does the calculation based on the density weight of concrete and the assumption that is made in the TIA in relation to the tonnage capacity for a truck and dog trailer, which is 30.5 tonnes, which is a figure that you will find in Table 8 of the TIA on PDF page 56. I'll show you that number, and you can see here truck and dog trailer and assumed GVM of 30.5 tonnes. We've used those numbers to give you an indication of the number of delivery movements that would be required to deliver the relevant tonnage of material for 72,000 cubic metres, which is about 10,500 movements. Oh, sorry, apologies, that's the wrong number. It's about 5,300 is the number of one-way vehicle movements to bring in that number of material, that amount of material. Now, there's some uncertainty in that because it depends on the precise makeup of the concrete to be used, the density of the concrete to be used, and consequently the overall tonnage per metre cubed of the concrete to be used. But it would be in the order of somewhere between 5,000 and 6,000 one-way vehicle movements bringing materials to site for delivery. Now, you'll recall I took you to Table 11, which had the number of 4,180 one-way external truck and dog movements made up of those three numbers from Appendix B. You'll observe that the number of 5,000 to 6,000 is greater than the number of 4,180. So we will accept that there is an element of uncertainty in terms of the number of external vehicle movements, but that uncertainty is in the order of between 4 to about 6,000, not 4 to over 14,000, which is what the submission 196 suggests. Now, to accommodate that uncertainty, we have asked Ms. Dunstan to assume, for purposes of her assessment that she will speak to today, that the number, and I'll go back to Appendix B, and the number in this document, which is unambiguously related to external deliveries for concrete materials, is the one said to be for concrete aggregate, which was the number of 3,500 one-way movements across a 14-month period of construction for turbines. We've asked Ms. Dunstan to assume that that number doubles to 7,000 movements across the 14-month period. What that would mean, if it was 3,500, that relates to, as documented in Appendix B, 250, you can see in the middle here, movements per calendar month across a 14-month period, which equates to an average of 10.4 one-way delivery movements into the site across a 24 working day period, which is what's assumed for purposes of this project. If that number, I'm sorry, yes, sorry, that's right. If that number, as we'll ask Ms Dunstan to respond to, doubles to 7,000, that becomes 500 movements per month across the 14-month period, or an average of 20.8 movements one way per day across the 11-hour working day that's contemplated for Monday to Friday, for example. So you go from 10, or just go from 11 to 21, effectively, 10 to 21 per day. Now, we'll ask Ms Dunstan to address the consequence of that in terms of the overall impacts, if any, on the road network. Madam Chair, that's what I wanted to say. So if I can summarise it this way, the headline number is peak hour movements. We say that that's the 17 that you've had taken you to from the TIA. That's the number that dictates maximum impact for traffic reasons on the road network, particularly of relevance Portland Nelson Road. And otherwise, to the extent there's uncertainty in the number of external movements coming into the site for those deliveries, we've asked Ms Dunstan to double the number that we unambiguously could say is related to concrete materials and see what impact that has. In our submission, ultimately, the answer will be it's negligible, but we'll see what Ms Dunstan has to say about that. So unless there were any questions of clarification, I appreciate that that's all pretty dense information for you to take in now, Madam Chair, but it is important that we say it before questions are asked of the witness.
You've gone through the information for us. I'll just check if there are any questions. No. Thank you. So happy to continue to the evidence.
Thank you. Ms Dunstan, can you please provide your full name to the committee? And what's your position and place of work? And are you the author or the primary author of a statement of evidence from Traffic's Group with your name on it in respect of this proceeding?
Yes.
And are you also the author or the primary author of a presentation summary, PowerPoint presentation dated to June 2025?
Yes, I am.
Now, before we proceed, are there any corrections that you would like to make to your statement or the presentation?
There's one where I think we just reference Cashmore Lane instead of Cashmore Road, but that's it.
Struggling to hear you clearly,
Sorry.
Dunstan. I might get you, the microphone won't help that. I might just get you to project this way a little bit when you're answering.
Yes,
Thank
sorry.
you.
Yeah, so there is just a typo in the reference to Cashmore. It says Cashmore Lane instead of Cashmore Road. So if you ever read Cashmore Lane, it should be Cashmore Road.
For the committee's benefit, you'll find those at paragraph 7. The heading above paragraph 127 and in the body of paragraph 127. Now, Ms Dunstan, do we also find in your statement of evidence a summary of your qualifications and expertise and a curriculum vitae?
That's correct.
Which includes, as I understand it, quite a few decades of experience dealing with traffic and transport planning and inclusive of major projects such as this.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, to the extent that those statements, the statement rather contains facts, Ms Dunstan, are those facts true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
And to the extent that it contains any opinions, are those opinions reasonably held by you?
Yes, they are.
And do you adopt your statement and otherwise the presentation for purposes of your evidence in chief in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Ms Dunstan, I'm going to hand over to you, please, to take the committee through your presentation. Now, you've heard the matters I've taken the committee to this morning. I understand that you are familiar with the submission and question, and I ask you at the point that you consider to be appropriate to address the matters that have been discussed this morning.
Yes. Okay. What I'm going to do is share my presentation, and then I'll take you as I go through to a couple of key points in the documents, which I think help explain the conservative nature of the assessment in terms of the traffic generation figures in particular. So first of all, my evidence, or the scope of my evidence, was fairly direct. It was limited to particularly looking at the overdimensional routes and ensuring they were appropriate for the wind turbine generator components. This is probably the most critical aspect of these types of projects, without any question. And also ensuring that the access points to each site area was acceptable. So that just not only relates to the WTG components, but also in terms of general traffic. And are the traffic impacts of the proposal acceptable? So I appreciate whether you use transport traffic. We're really ultimately in this particular case talking about predominantly vehicular movements. Are the mitigation measures in the EES appropriate to mitigate the impacts of the proposal? So I had some input into those and comprehensively reviewed those, and whether or not I had any other comments or observations on the day one version or the EMF or incorporated document. I was also asked to comment on those. So for the over-dimensional routes, this was most certainly a focus of my assessment. I did identify some gaps in the route study, and I think similar to Mr. Munro had identified. So one in particular was the transformer. And so there was, through the process that I undertake, we ask a lot of questions and we get answers back. We ask more questions, and it can lead to additional work being undertaken, which was the updated route study. And particularly the task involved going along the route, checking all of the swept paths that were done independently, and also looking at any constraints that may have been missed. And as an example, with the transformer at 5.4, it was uncertain as to what route that would take. It would not have been suitable for the secondary route. Then with further information sought from the route transport company, it was really lack of information that was in that particular study, that the particular truck can drop up to 600 millimetres, so therefore get under the bridge. So it wasn't going to be an issue. It was always intended to go via that route. So it was just a piece of information that was missing from our perspective. And so the critical pinch point is quite clearly the Bridgewater overpass, and essentially we were able to establish that the routes would be appropriate. Now, for the key recommendations that were made, so the vehicles should pass under the higher side of the Bridgewater overpass, southbound side of the road. That is where the greatest clearance is. That's consistent with the TIA. There were no further changes necessary to the Henty Road Highway Portland Nelson Road intersection. That was one of the pinch points that was identified. The reason being is that the works have already been completed, presumably related to another project, but they will already have been completed. There was a new hard stand area road alignment that's required on the inside bend of the Port Nelson Road Cashmore Road intersection. We looked at a couple of alternatives for that intersection, and as it turned out, what we might have thought would have been possible when we went through our assessment, what they had originally come up with was the most appropriate treatment, and also some minor alterations to the access to the laydown area at the at 211 Portland Nelson Road. So that's effectively just the additional hard stand and vegetation removal that were identified in the route study. For the secondary route, we went through the exercise of checking those, and essentially these are the tower pieces, which are greater than 5.3 metres in height. We were satisfied with the recommendations of the route studies by Rex J. Andrews. The only additional matter that we saw is that there were a couple of the power lines that I really was a bit uncertain as to whether they made the 6 metre clearance, and so there needs to be a study. It's some stays that are across the road. There's a couple of locations where the power lines run along the road. There's examples provided in the evidence statement just to ensure that those height clearances are met. And that's just the preliminary assessment that would be undertaken in the next stages. And if necessary, they need to be raised temporarily or permanently. For the access to the wind farm, these were all, again, independently assessed. There were some missing swept path diagrams, which we asked additional swept path diagrams to be undertaken. We also undertook our own swept path diagrams as well. Of the 9 access points, 7 of them provide access for the wind turbine components. The other 2 only are required for, say, up to B-double type access. I will at this point just go through a couple of things here. So first of all, we did identify an alternative access point, which is shown on the screen now. This is at the light body road intersection. This is actually the access that is used by the GTFP. That's actually the route that they use, and the reason being is that this is a little bit steeper and the sight distance is poor. I think in early material they even identified that they used that route in the original consultation that they had undertaken. So that's the obvious route. That's the one that should be established. Now, just before, I might jump forward with the traffic impacts, and I'll come back to the transmission assessment. So on the construction traffic impacts, when we went through the material, we had a series of maybe 25 questions or so that we asked the proponent to help us understand and explain the traffic impact assessment and make sure that we had all of the assumptions correct. At that point in time, it was evident, like any document, there's always some typos and errors and things that don't translate and other things, and sometimes we struggle to understand when there can be movements that are, or discussions about particularly where they interchange one-way and two-way movements. So just to be 100% certain, we ask all of the questions again so that we can understand it and then hopefully translate it to what's really important, looking at daily impacts and peak hour operational impacts as well. And so I'm confident, with the exception of, I think it's going to be either 10 or 20 vehicles per day based on what Mr. Wright has identified, that would translate to only 1 to 2 extra trucks during that peak hour. So it's very inconsequential in the assessment if those additional movements need to be added back in. So it's between 1 to 2 extra trucks in the peak hour, and that's if they occur in that peak hour, and it's if they coincide on the same day as this very conservative assessment. So it's of very little consequence to any of the assessments. It won't change the outcomes, particularly when you look at, and I'll just take you to this on the screen now, the degree of saturation for the intersection, and I'll explain why it's a very conservative assessment, but it was 0.14, which is level of service excellent, with an average delay of only 0.7 seconds for the through vehicle movement on Portland Nelson Road. Now, excellent is up to 0.6. So even with the addition of 1 to 2 trucks, it is not materially going to change this assessment. It wouldn't materially change the assessment if it was double the truck volume. So it is already a very conservative assessment. It operates at excellent operating performance, and it's really got to do with the fact that Portland Nelson Road through the project area is a low volume arterial road. So it carries an existing very low volume, and a good part of that volume is predominantly truck traffic. So it's not quite over 50%, but it's a road that, whilst it's a state declared main road, certainly it's low volume, but it's also predominantly, or has a very high proportion of truck volumes, which means it's predominantly used what I would call, it's, pine plantations, in my view, is still an industrial pursuit. So effectively, you've got lots of truck traffic coming and going from these types of facilities from time to time. but it is largely that in nature in terms of large vehicles using the road, other large vehicles accessing, like from the subject or the project area, including what already occurs on the site, albeit that the volumes from the existing site by GTFP, that they're about 150 per week, but they are all large trucks when they occur. Now, the other aspect to consider is how conservative this particular assessment is. So what we're in the evidence statement, there's hopefully an easier to understand explanation of how the traffic generation was established, and this is particularly on page 60 and 61, where I sort of set out how the traffic generation was determined. Now, principally, the traffic generation relates to employees arriving at the site. So the 233 light vehicle movements are the 350 people that we're assuming arrive at the site, and we're assuming they all arrive in the peak hour. In the 1 hour, so it's very conservative. There's 1.5 persons per car, which is never going to be 1 for 1. So that's an appropriate figure in my view. We're assuming they all arrive at the same hour, which is conservative, and we're assuming they all arrive to the same point, which again is a conservative assessment. The 34 heavy vehicle movements is the 17 that's been discussed, but it's got to be two-way. So that's the 17 vehicle movements. Now, why, and that 17 relates to not looking at what the concrete batching plants can produce, it's looking at what can be accepted at the site for a single pour. They're pouring 1 turbine foundation per day, and the maximum that they can accommodate is 17. So it may be a lesser figure, but 17 is the maximum. It also assumes that this happens at the same time that everybody arrives, which might be conservative. It might not occur, they might not, it probably won't happen that way. It may happen an hour later, but this is a conservative assessment. The other reason why it's conservative is that it's assuming that all of these vehicle movements occur externally. And if I just take you to the EES for a moment, this is the TIA, and I'm specifically on page 59 of the TIA in table 9. And this particular table,
I should say that's PDF page 59.
Yeah, PDF page 59 on table 9. And if you look at we'll go to these areas in a sec because they're on the next page, but for each of the access points, they service a different number of wind turbines. So 9 Mile Road, which also includes batch plant number 2, is going to be the access that services 25 of the wind turbines. So for 25 of those pours, it may not be all of them, but for 25 of them, the truck might not even leave the area. So to pour, all of this activity occurs over the 105 days. So there's 105 to be poured. That represents about 18% of the 24 months in terms of the working days. So this is set out on paragraph 193 of my evidence statement. But there would be many days where these trucks don't necessarily leave the area. They go from the batching plant to the wind turbine location. They don't go external. It may not be the full 25, and I'll show you a map in a sec to explain that why, but certainly even Sandy Hill Road, where the other batch plant is, some of the adjoining areas are still conveniently accessed, let's say the 14 down here, are still conveniently accessed via the internal road. So the next page of this document, and I'll just zoom in here for a sec. Oops, for some reason. What I've done there is I've marked in black. I've just put a little black dot on there. That's the concrete batching laydown area. And you can see certainly all of those ones in that area. This is area 2. all of the ones in that area you would expect would be certainly coming direct from that batching plant. Wilson's lower road, you would expect that it's probably maybe some internal movements or it may be external movements. When you get up into 9 Mile Road, which is where there are, I think, the 25 of the particular wind turbine locations being accessed from, you can see that most of those will be internal movements. So the assessment is conservative because, one, it assumes that this happens for 105 days and that these movements are all external, still internal to the project area, but external onto the arterial road network. Okay, so if I go back to the presentation then, when we're looking at the daily traffic impacts, so we've got the 518 movements per day generated at around that 6-month mark, and this is during the time that the foundations are being poured, and that other times a lesser figure occurs. So if there's additional vehicles that need to be added, it's more than likely the conservative nature of the assessment. If you were to actually go, okay, we're pouring these 5 over the next week, the conservative nature of the assessment would probably mean that I've already overcooked the figures. It's likely to be less, but there will be some days when it will be higher. But the other thing to recognise is, whilst it might be higher, what will happen in practice is that it'll be deliveries to these 2 locations, but the concrete access might be over here. So they won't necessarily all be at the same point. So it's still likely that even though you have to add 2 vehicles on, it's going to be of absolutely no consequence to the assessment, let alone when you actually do the SIDRA analysis and you identify that even if you doubled it, it wouldn't matter at all. So I conclude that the other aspects are that the post-development volumes on Portland Nelson Road will remain very low and consistent with its classification as a rural arterial road, and very much consistent with the profile of traffic that already uses the route, which is a lot of heavy vehicle traffic. The daily traffic during the over-dimensional vehicle movements, they're relatively steady. They're going to be between 4.5 and 7 deliveries per day. Clearly, because of the low volume of traffic that is along this route, it's not going to be a significant impact for the actual movements at this particular location. The more significant volumes that the over-dimensional route experiences is actually certainly through this route of Henty Highway up through here, up to the laydown area. So essentially that's the more heavily trafficked component of that route. So to put it into context, Port Nelson Road would carry less traffic than really any of the other routes, considerably less traffic than any other route that we're talking about here, save for going through the local road network, which is the Mailings Road, Thorns Road area. So certainly Bridgewater Road would be busier, and we have already established that these roads are considerably busier than Portland Nelson Road. So I was also asked to consider what the transmission line construction impacts would be. The traffic impacts are, largely inconsequential because the volumes are very low, so I won't spend time on that. The bigger issue that I was asked to consider, because of a potential that there may be some, rather than say clear emergency access at all times, that there may be times when it would not be possible to ensure that a CFA truck can get past the construction area that's underway on a particular day. And so just to be really clear about this particular road, is that it can be taken out of the local road network insofar as general public access. So that's the first point. So the volumes of traffic on that road, by even under the DECA road management plan, it puts it in the category of not quite, I'm going to say, like, there's different categories, but not at the lowest, but it's nearly there. It's at level C, which effectively means it's between 20 and 50 vehicles per day. That's what they estimate the volume would be. They can always do a survey to establish if there is the extent to which there is any public use over a week, put a counter down for a week. They can do that if that's of concern. But I'm anticipating that they will be able to take large sections of the road out of public through use in order to manage that if necessary. And that the main vehicle that you need to consider is obviously CFA access for obvious reasons about bushfire management. And the key aspect is if and when the road needs to be closed, there has to be very clear communication that on this day, this is what is in place, or this week, this is what is going to be in place. So there has to be a clear communication plan so that on any day, CFA knows exactly what is or isn't closed, so that the alternative routes would be used in that event. Obviously, from the other emergency access, the site itself has its own protocols about its staff and what emergency access it would have in place for that. So we're largely talking about the broader CFA potential requirement to manoeuvre through the broader area. And I think the aspect about the Great Southern Walk, that is, from what I understand, the time or duration that they may cross through that area will be relatively limited to like less than an hour. I think it's like supposed to be 20 minutes or something, but let's say it's an hour or so. If somebody needs to stop or is blocked from crossing at that point, they would present the opportunity for them to wait before crossing or be guided around the particular location if they're not prepared to wait. But I'm sure if they put some seats down and a nice little place to stop, they can have a break there if they're undertaking that walk. So that's not a significant issue in my view. The bigger issue was just about CFA access, communication, etc. Sorry, just make sure I got that. So in terms of the mitigation measures, I did have some input into recommending some changes there. So particularly with the communication plan, and that's the issue I've brought up specifically to CFA, because I see that as being like it needs to be a daily aspect where they need to, and on any point in time, know what is blocked and what access they have. The traffic management plans are, so I'll just step back a little bit here. The purpose of the mitigation measures from my perspective is everything that's being done today, to date, is that high level preliminary assessment which is intended to identify what the risks are, and that the further work occurs when we know exactly when, where, how the access is to occur, and that further work is then what comes through with the mitigation measures. So the traffic management plans in particular, there's a very detailed set of mitigation measures, as there should be, for these types of projects. It's not possible to do the work in most large infrastructure projects in advance. So, you know, imagine a tunnel somewhere. You can't do every aspect of every closure of every individual component in advance, but you can set up the broad principles that are required. And in this particular case, it's actually probably amongst the most simple ones I've ever seen, because the stakeholders are relatively limited. So and when I say the key stakeholders for access, is you've got the pine plantation to deal with and its access requirements, where you're effectively sharing the same access. It's essentially one stakeholder. Most of those public roads in that area, they already manage. There's virtually or very limited public access to even those public roads within that area. So it's a fairly simple task of working with one stakeholder to manage access, and their requirements for access are not that significant because they're in different parts at different times of the year, and they're known in advance and they can be planned. Through the Boiler Swamp Road area, again, there's a number of stakeholders, but it's not as if there are people, X number of people living off this road that you have to manage their access. You have actually very few stakeholders to manage access. So the more significant component in terms of that involves the general public is actually the secondary route for the overdimensional, oversized vehicle, overmass, oversized vehicles. So that's where you're having more direct involvement with the general public. So I do think it's somewhat similar, more simple, because sometimes in these projects you're managing access and you've got residential properties where people have to drive. There could be kids walking to school. There could be all sorts of things that you have to manage from a pedestrian perspective, as well as public transport access and other things, where in this case it's simpler. And so for that reason, I'm satisfied that the mitigation measures have captured all of the necessary aspects, and there wouldn't be any reason to suggest that it shouldn't be supported from a traffic and transport perspective.
Just in relation to that last point about mitigation measures, just to be clear, Ms Dunstan, have you reviewed, as you say, the day one versions of those, and you're content with the amendments that have been made?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. There's nothing further in chief. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms Dunstan. We'll move into questions of cross-examination, but I just had a question of clarification for you. At the beginning of your evidence, you were talking about the focus of your evidence being limited or narrowed, and I just wanted to be 100% clear. I think when I've looked at your attachment with the brief, it's a general brief.
Yes, it is.
Yes, but your reason for, could you just explain
it's more
that
about what I've focused on in the presentation rather than going through the entire evidence statement. But the key issues so certainly reviewing all of the material that was relevant to my area of expertise, but in terms of what the critical issues are somewhat limited to those aspects.
Thank you. Thanks for the clarification. So I will ask the question on behalf of one of the submitters, Morris Shinkle, and then I'll hand to Mr Munro to run through his questions. So firstly, and I'm just going to read it as Mr Shinkle has written it. You may have seen it already, Ms Dunstan. It says, during construction or operation of the proposed Kentbruck wind farm, is it intended that materials be transported across what is known as Shaw Creek or Shaw River and across the bridge over that waterway?
Okay, so the answer is, I think that particular location is in Kentbruck, unless anyone can identify it somewhere else. So that is to the east of the project area. So if I've just zoomed in on this is just a site map where I've used my own little dot points to help me. So here's Portland, and it's in Kentbruck. So it would only be relevant for if that is the river location that we're talking about, so Shaw River Bridge, then it's only relevant for materials or anything that's going along the Princes Highway, which is not expected to be significant if the Port of Portland is used.
Thank you. Mr Munro, I'm happy for you to take Ms Dunstan through your questions, noting that you were estimating 30 to 40 minutes, but I'll see how you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ms Dunstan. I'm not a traffic or roads engineer by background, but I do have an interest in these matters. Chair, I've structured my questions as best as possible into themes. My questions are designed to assist the IAC, but if not helpful, I anticipate your intervention, Chair. Some of the questions need some context, but I will try to avoid those being submissions. My submission on the project was about the wind farm itself up to the main substation. The transmission line and grid connection thereafter are excluded. Now, necessarily, given what's been said this morning, I make some changes to some of my questions, and some of the issues I was going to raise have been demolished. Now, I start, Ms Dunstan, with your response to submissions. Your engagement required you to consider all submissions, and your witness statement acknowledged that. The proponent identified 25 submissions. In your witness statement, you've responded to 16. 9 have been excluded, so that the IAC has not had the benefit of your review of those. One of those was mine, but I'm very pleased now to note that mine has been read and critiqued. So were you aware that there were, you didn't cover them all?
Yeah, so what happened there, and I apologise for not reading your submission in advance, and it relates to we kind of, there's a lot of submissions. We've got instructions on these are the X number that are key to the transport aspect, and it was simply an error that yours was missed. Had yours been seen, then we would have had the answer to that question in the evidence statement, and the extra volume would have been accounted for, which obviously works out to be the 1 to 2 vehicles.
And my issue was largely that the panel wasn't provided with your response to all the submissions.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's fine. So I think yours is the only one, and I apologise for that.
No, there were 9.
Pardon?
There were 9.
No, but in terms of where transport or traffic was considered to be an issue, so we've responded to the ones that were specifically related to transport items.
Yeah. No, I picked that up because in the Part A submission, the proponent identified submissions by theme, and there were 25 of those. Okay, we move on. Now, I'm pleased you've rectified the cut and paste issue on what the concrete is going to be used for, so I don't have to raise that one with you. But there is another one, it's a lesser one. In the executive summary at page 3 and repeated elsewhere in the document, you identify access roads for 5 collector substations. I think there should be 3. And this relates to the delivery of transformers to these stations.
Thank you. I'm just going to clarify with the screen sharing. Is that being driven by?
It is me. Do you want me to stop?
No, I'm happy for you to share,
Yeah.
but maybe if we could, it might be good if you need us to pause for a moment while you bring up the appropriate page. If we're not looking at a page, I might get you to not share, but if we're looking at something, thank you.
So
if you count through those, I counted as 5 of the access roads are needed to deliver to the collector substations. I suggest there's 3. It might be not a large matter, but it does reflect in deliveries.
Okay. So this is on at paragraph 5.
Page 3.
Yeah.
Yes, and it's repeated about 2 other times through the witness statement.
Yeah. Okay. Light Body Road. You may be right. I don't think anything turns on that given the nature of, like, that's not the critical vehicle.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I now go to your Appendix G. I have looked at this and looked at what was the Appendix B, I think it was, on the TIA, from which some of this has been derived. It seems to me that the body of what's presented in your Appendix G has been drawn directly from the previous Appendix B. The note at the top that said these were one-way trips has gone. The few bits at the bottom on vehicle utilisation has been gone. And you've removed 2 or 3 lines at the bottom of the Appendix B, and on the Appendix G, you've added your own summation of trips. Can you explain just what you have done here, please? Because it seems the body of it, drawn from Appendix B, now does not add up to what your summations are.
Okay.
Please.
Well, principally, okay. So what you're saying is you're just struggling to understand how we've done the calculations, I can.
It seems to me that you've recognised that those are one-way trips.
Yes.
So that it doesn't adequately explain the total vehicle movements. It looks to me as if in the line items there,
Yep.
you've doubled those
Down the bottom
and
divided.
down the bottom.
Yep.
And then you've reduced it by a small amount, perhaps by an analysis of these external versus internal trips issue, so that the effect is the number of vehicle movements is about 60 to 70% greater than those in the TIA.
In terms of, yeah, okay, so definitely the case in the TIA, and so we ended up having to do some of our own analysis.
Yes.
So some of the things in the TIA, they used a one-way volume instead of a two-way volume.
Yes.
So there's a little bit of interchanging, and yeah, I acknowledge and they acknowledge that there were some typos or errors. There was a bit of interchange between one-way and two-way volumes. So effectively what we've done is used the information from scratch, but we have taken the truck volumes as being an accurate representation of what those movements would be. So there is the additional 500 that needs to be, the additional 250 vehicle movements, which works out to be 500 that needs to be added back in, that Mr. Wright went through. Yeah.
So that's
what that's about, because sometimes they counted something as one way when it should have been two ways. So that particular volume should have been doubled. And we've effectively gone through that exercise. And also they had the number of staff as being a lesser figure instead of the 350. So that would account for the difference, some differences as well.
I acknowledge that the data is wrong, that a lot of it is just one-way trips and they've forgotten to include the return.
For some movements, but not all.
Yeah.
You know, like it might be a small movement, but obviously over when you're looking at a monthly volume or a daily volume, that adds up.
And have you incorporated into that then the revised traffic figures that Mr. Wright was suggesting?
I've incorporated, except for in these, the only thing, if I could just, what I've marked up on here is Mr. Wright, sorry. I know that this is probably hard to see, so, but on the line, which was, sorry, just having trouble zooming that in. So on the line, that is external quarry product delivery, concrete aggregate, those numbers have to be doubled effectively. And as a consequence, if I just go across, so if I follow that down, so assume this figure doubles, that's an extra 500 per month, that's 10.4 per day, 24 days a month. So effectively what that means is that the traffic volumes down here, when they're translated into two-way movements, will go up by 10.4, which is an extra 21 per day when you count it as two-way. Okay. So they all need to be increased by 21, which is less than 5% change. Like it's probably a 5% change.
But in your witness statement, you didn't explain what you had done here, I think. Is that correct?
In my witness statement?
Just to be clear, I'm not sure whether Mr. Munro appreciates, but the exercise that Ms. Dunstan's gone through is consequent on the matters I put to her this morning.
Yes, thank you.
Not
the timing
from the statement.
I understand the timing is helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
So my follow-up question was, I can't see that in your witness statement you made disclosure of what you have done here to help with the understanding of it.
Okay, so in the only to the extent in my report, I've used the raw data to determine an average daily traffic generation. I obviously know those numbers are one way.
Yeah,
So I know that.
yeah.
I've converted them to two-way movements instead of one-way. So this is where, with the report, they interchange some terminology, which makes it confusing whether it's one-way or two-way. So I've made sure that they are all two-way volumes and those corrections are made. And the key change is really in the staff, because they had assumed the lesser staffing figure.
Okay.
And it needed to be adjusted. So because staff are the most significant in terms of the movements, it has that impact on the data. So I think, I don't know if you were to work it through, but going from 250 up to the 350 staff or whatever the number was before, that's probably accounting for what your differences would be.
Okay. Thank you. Chair, I should mention I'm not trying to seek unreasonable and unjustifiable accuracy in this. I think the sort of estimates that can be made were probably very good if they're plus or minus 10%.
No, thank you,
But
Mr.
that's
Munro. Yeah, and
20%.
happy for you to keep going through your question.
Thank you.
you.
Right. The next one relating to that Appendix G, Ms. Dunstan, is you have added up or presented the wind farm and transmission line together. Is there a case for presenting those separately? Because it seems to me these are almost two separate projects and indeed lead to two different TMPs. Is it better to present the summation data for the wind farm and separately for the transmission line to help with?
No, because what it presents is kind of the worst case scenario, because you're quite right. These volumes don't necessarily happen in all the same locations. So if it's related to the transmission line, it never gets as far as the, where the main activity is occurring, say at Cowlands Road and locations like that. So, but it presents still the worst case scenario, because that would almost be a scenario where you look at each particular turbine and the volume, or, access road, and the volume there will be slightly less. The further west you get will be the lowest volume. The further east you get are these volumes. And if you're at the transmission line, you're at a lesser volume.
Yeah. Okay. Can I go on to the over-dimension and over-mass deliveries, please? And while you've got that screen up there, you have developed from that a table and a graph showing the OD deliveries. Yep. Have you looked at the information on that in detail? Because I think a lot of that data is wrong for the OD deliveries. The writer of the TIA has acknowledged there are 105 turbines, yep, but they want to deliver 157 hubs and nacelles. They want to deliver 600 odd blades, which is enough for about 6 blades per turbine. And they seem to have missed out on the drivetrains as well.
Okay, so
what have you? Yeah. What's your raw data for?
So effectively, I've accepted. So we asked a series of questions to try and understand all of this information, and we asked specific questions about how many over-dimensional vehicle movements would there be per day, and the answer was 4 to 5 or something of that order. And so when you look at the data where it's got over-dimensional vehicle movements, allowing for these to be two-way vehicle movements, coming up at 14, 13 or something of that nature, that's fine. I didn't go in and change something if it was correct order of magnitude. So I didn't want to mess too much with the information that had been done unless I could definitely identify that it was incorrect, which is like the staff is clearly incorrect and that needed to be fixed.
Okay, thank you. Now the next issue is the main transformer.
Yep.
Paragraph 55 on page 18, if you can call that up, please. Oh.
Yep.
Okay. In that you're saying that the unnamed road opposite Sandy Hill Road, you have access required for construction of main substation, and you provide the critical design vehicle as truck and dog or a VW.
Yeah.
My analysis of that is you provide a swept path diagram for in fact a B double,
Yeah.
both in and out of that. How do you propose to get the transformer in?
In terms of,
Well, you have
sorry,
you have about a 170-ton transformer on a special vehicle.
because those particular access points, so this is, sorry, just go back to which,
The unmanned road opposite Sandy Hill Road. If you can look at that there.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
You're referring to that as access for the substation. That's the main substation. And you want to carry it in by a truck and dog or a B double. Is that right?
Yeah.
Rather than the...
I think that maybe then that's our error, because I think in the Rex Andrews report, they did assess that for a larger vehicle as well.
I assessed it for blades.
Yeah.
You said it's not necessary.
Yeah. It may be that we've made a mistake there, but obviously they've assessed it for the higher vehicle. It's not blades,
So
but it's somewhere in between.
does that need then to be assessed for the transformer
Well,
movement?
it's been assessed for blades.
Okay.
So, yes, it would be assessed then for the correct vehicle.
Okay. Now,
If that is the case, yes.
righto. Where are we?
So
No,
just on the point you made before about Lightbody Road and about the collector substation,
yeah.
those substation locations are accessed, the collector substations are between those two roads. So I think that's why we've identified that it could be via either of those roads, depending on what else is going on. So where the substation was like straddling between the two locations, but I appreciate the project map shows the one location, like shows it as one location.
Okay.
That's why there's 5 instead of 3.
Righto. Now, I don't know whether you can call up table document 142 and look at paragraph 2.6 on that.
Apologies, could that just be repeated?
Sorry?
Munro, could you repeat that reference, please?
Table document 142, please.
Madam Chair, you might just have to bear with us for a moment.
142.
Yeah.
Which is what document?
Table document 142.
Oh, I haven't got. Let me just...
Is that the Tech Note 13,
Yes.
Mr. Munro?
The
Substation.
Sorry.
Is it? Oh, sorry. I'll get you to explain which document it is.
Okay.
It looks like Tech Note 13.
It's table document 142. It's, I think, a technical note.
Yes.
And it is about the sensitivity of the area for Brolga.
Okay.
Thing. And it says at section 2.6 that the main substation will be accessed through Blacks Road, not the unnamed road after Sandy Hill Road.
Madam Chair, the first point I'd note is I very much doubt Ms Dunstan's had regard to this technical note because it relates to Brolga breeding buffers.
Yes.
So if there's a question to be asked, we should establish whether or not Ms Dunstan's familiar with the document. The second point is that the ES clearly proceeds, as does the traffic impact assessment, that the access road for the construction of the main substation is from Portland Nelson Road. This is the unnamed new road to be constructed opposite Sandy Hill Road. So it might be beneficial to share that. I understand Ms Dunstan may not have seen the tech note, but in the context of the question about access, I think it would be good to just share specifically that reference. So, Mr Munro, you're saying section 2.2?
2.6.
2.6.
Yes.
I'm able to share the document, Madam Chair, if that suits.
Thank you. We might just look at that particular paragraph. And if you're in a position to provide comment, Ms Dunstan, please do. Yep. And if not, just let us know. Thank you.
I'll just zoom in. Tell me when you can read it sufficiently. It's paragraph 2.6.
Yeah.
And Ms Mr. Mummery, your specific question in relation to this, could I get you to just re-ask? Thank you.
Yes. Ms Dunstan, do you need to provide a swept path access to bring in the substation along Blacks Road rather than the unnamed road?
Madam Chair, I hesitate to interrupt, but that proceeds on an assumption that the transformer componentry during construction would be brought in via Blacks Road as opposed to via the new road from Portland Nelson Road. Now, that's not what I understand to be the case, nor is it a premise that has been established. So we're not disputing that it might be necessary to access the substation from Blacks Road for some purposes, and where one goes at what time would be dependent on the Broler buffer, but I'm not sure this is a question that Ms Dunstan's going to be able to answer in those circumstances.
Ms Dunstan to consider the question, and to the extent that you're able to provide any comment. If you're not, that's fine.
So again, the route study had done an analysis based on the turbine blades accessing via Blacks Road. I haven't been instructed that the transformers delivered via that way. So if that's the case, then the analysis would be for that lesser vehicle than what's in the route study. So the route study at the moment has, at locations which we believe not necessary, used this larger vehicle. So it's going to be a lesser extent impact for whatever the vehicle is that would be incorporated at that location. So it might be greater than what I've allowed for, but it's less than what the route study has already allowed for.
Just before we leave that, Chair, if you access via Blacks Road, there appears to be a very sharp left-hand turn into Mount Kincaid Road, and there's a lot of vegetation along those roads as well.
That's probably why it can be accessed by that way. So there's, things that would have to be considered as to whether or not you would access by that way. So there are locations, but for most of the part of this area, the vegetation that gets lost is in the plantation area. So presumably of not significant value other than the loss of the plantation area. Whereas usually it's normal to go a longer route if it means that you're protecting vegetation, even though it may seem more inconvenient. It's one movement that needs to be made.
I can't find any mentions made of the delivery of the transformers to the collector stations. These would be expected to be smaller units than the main substation, but still pretty large pieces of equipment. Should anything be provided on the delivery of those, please?
Well, I think you're aware that the approach that Rex Andrews has undertaken is they've assessed it on the basis of the largest vehicle, and everything is less than that, and therefore will be accommodated by the changes made for the larger vehicle. So it's only relevant insofar as it's a location where the larger vehicle isn't accommodated, that lesser vehicle would be considered. Okay. And for the most part, I've adopted the B double, but if it's something that's larger than that they specifically say we're going to use this route, then that is what they will allow for.
Okay, thank you. Tower sections is the next item. The Rex Andrews study has assessed the delivery of 7 sections per turbine, and that is acknowledged that that's on a 149 metre tower to hub height. However, the TIA specifies variously 170, 174 or 175 metres as a possibility of the height. That would suggest there might be extra tower sections to be delivered, perhaps shorter sections and possibly slightly larger diameter to accommodate that height. Does that have any impact on your proposal for the delivery of the tower sections?
Well, I think the information that you're referring to hasn't necessarily been completely bedded down, but they're constrained by obviously the routes that are available to them. So in a sense, the design needs to fit what is available to them.
Okay. You've modelled the swept path on blades of 90 metres length. I notice in the noise assessment, and I doubt if you've read this, but I had a look at the document that was presented the other day. The noise assessment assesses 4 different models of turbines, and they are 158 to 160 metre rotor diameters, which would suggest blade lengths of about, by my calculation, 79 to 83 metres rather than 90 metres. Does that make a beneficial difference in dealing with the delivery of these turbine blades?
It probably doesn't, marginally so in terms of what the vegetation removal would be, but I'm only going by what I'm instructed is the case. So,
okay.
Yeah, so I need to assess what I'm instructed would be the case, but beneficially it's only in relation to any vegetation removal and predominantly within the plantation area.
I don't. Thank you. You've presented to the IAC on the issue of intersections. I think one could almost nitpick on these scenarios one picks for that sort of thing. However, can I put it to you that there might be a multiplicity of these intersection issues? Yours, for instance, demonstrated concrete trucks that would be coming and leaving, presumably to go to the Tower Paw, but then they have to go along the main road and then they have another intersection to go into the concrete batching plant. If you have the other concrete plant contributing to the initial one, if you have concrete pours occurring at 2 places, you could have anywhere from 2, 3, perhaps 4 intersections to be dealt with simultaneously.
My understanding is that the foundations are poured for 1 site per day.
Yeah.
And that is it. What you're really talking about is possibly the same movements being counted at geographically different points, but they are largely the same movements. So if someone exits here and turns back in at another location, it's still that same traffic movement. At that other intersection, it's a lesser, traffic type impact. The volume wouldn't be greater than what I've assessed at the worst possible location. So we've taken a worst case scenario assessment rather than this is at this volume, this is at that volume, this is the worst case scenario for a location.
Might then one have to implement traffic management procedures at perhaps 2 intersections along the road during these pours?
But not substantially. So I think there could be when you say traffic management, it may be that the speeds are reduced for the duration of the project at all of these access points. That could be one of the traffic management measures. It's not something that's implemented day to day type of thing. It depends on what would be deemed appropriate. Given the number of access points, it would probably be appropriate that the speed's reduced for the duration of the project rather than on a time type basis.
Thank you. I want to ask you about road conditions. Road conditions are raised several times in the scoping directions. The TIA refers to the fairly usual sorts of things of dilapidation surveys. We'll do our best to keep the road in good condition and repair it as needed. However, the submissions from the Department of Transport and Planning raises something that seems to me a little different. It has, in that submission at item 2D, an existing conditions survey including testing of road base of public roads that may be used in connection with the wind energy facility, including details of the suitability, design, condition and construction standard of the relevant public roads. And you have agreed with that.
Yes.
Now, is that compatible with a dilapidation survey, or is that something considerably different so that one examines the quality of the road to see whether it can sustain this extra transport and these heavy vehicles and the extent of the deliveries?
Well, that may be a question for a civil engineer rather than me, but it's quite clear that what the extent of the survey is to establish the condition of the road as it is now. Obviously, if the road is not fit for purpose, then DTP have that opportunity to identify as part of the works. At this access point, we're not satisfied with X, Y, Z. They've got to approve each and every single access point. So there are so many checks and balances that, in my view, I feel comfortable that you need to be satisfied that DTP, aware of what these issues are, having other wind farms that they've contended with, would ensure that, one, the condition of the road is appropriate and fit for purpose now, and that at the end of it, they end up with something which is the same, if not better, than what they had before the project started. So in terms of any repairs being made.
Thank you. Second last question relates to decommissioning. Now, this I accept is a fraught issue. One is trying to speculate what might be in 25 or 30 years' time. Yeah. The responses to this have varied. The proponent has simply responded it will be the reverse of the construction, which clearly is not what would be. The TIA has suggested there would be lesser materials to remove. You've made slight advance on that. The question to you is, would there be likely to be advantage in transport in removing components from the site if some action could be taken to disassemble or to cut up some of the components? And I have in mind things like blades, tower sections, perhaps even the transformer if the insulating oil issue could be dealt with. Does that make the decommissioning transport a simpler process?
I really feel that it's very difficult to say what will happen in 30 years' time because, you know, aspects of materials recycling, transport, and a whole host of other things would be a completely different space in terms of reuse and other things. It may be recommissioned. You just don't know. It's actually worse to probably plan too much for it now and lock something in now when the actual circumstances could be more onerous on the proponent in the future. More likely, more onerous on the on the proponent in the future in terms of some things they may be required to do.
Thank you. Yep. My final question, since I have the opportunity to ask you, I shall have to ask you, but it might have to be answered by Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright, in discussing his analysis of my issues on concrete delivery, suggested that about 700 cubic metres per turbine foundation would be adequate, but that would seem to suggest that the information that was on public display about turbine foundations of 25 metre diameter and 4 metre depth, which would be about 2,000 cubic metres, is just wrong. That's not what is proposed to happen.
I can't answer that question. No. So I try and keep things simple. If it's in doubt, that's what the proponent is to answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Munro.
For the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we are running to our anticipated time, slightly over the break, but we will break now for 15 minutes, or actually we'll come back at 10 to 12, so just under 15 minutes. We'll continue with cross-examination from Mr. Turner. Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I can see Mr. Turner has his camera on. Welcome.
Thank you, Member Kendall.
Thank you. I'll hand directly to you, Mr. Turner, for you to take us through your questions. Thank you. Or Ms. Dunstan through your questions.
Certainly, thank you. One is related to Mr. Snickles' question. I refer to document 47 and document 48 being a response to Mr. Snickles' question that he raised in document 17. It's regard to the Shaw River being put on a map for the project.
Mr. Turner, could I just clarify, are you asking this as a follow-up from that question, or did you have a query about it yourself?
I have a query about it myself.
And the documents that you're referring to, could you please mention them again? And they may or may not be documents that Ms. Dunstan's familiar with, so we'll allow her the opportunity to let us know that before she responds.
Yeah, certainly. It's document 47 and document 48. Document 47 is a letter from Minter Allison that has an attachment to it, and document 48 is the attachment to that.
Do you have access to those, Ms. Dunstan, or is somebody able to share?
If someone can share them, I'm not sure what those documents are.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I might just say we can share them. Of course, the ordinary way that this would occur was Mr. Turner would share them.
Yes.
Because, of course, we are seeking to keep on top of things and take notes and the like.
Yes.
That would be our preference.
Yes.
If Mr. Turner can do so, but if that can't be arranged, then I will share them.
Mr. Turner, are you able to share those documents?
Certainly. I'm getting there. This is document 47 that identifies an attachment map showing the correct location and depiction of Shaw River. Have you had an opportunity to look at that map at all?
It's just showing part of the document on the screen, Mr. Turner. I can see the bottom, but not.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Oh, so you're just honing in on the words there.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah. I mean, it may not, if Ms. Dunstan hasn't had an opportunity to.
No, I haven't.
Identify the location of the Shaw River within the project area, it's probably not worthwhile me pursuing the question, but maybe if that could be addressed, please.
So, Mr. Turner, for my benefit, are you saying that there's more than one location referred to as Shaw River, and this area is within proximity to the project?
Yes, this particular Shaw River that I'm referring to is within the project area.
Thank you.
Yeah, and my question is, does the proposed transport network to transport turbines and blades and transformers and what have you cross this Shaw River, and what the load rating is at that point of crossing?
Madam Chair, I think there just needs to be some clarification.
Thank you, if you're able to.
Mr. Turner, can I ask you to stop sharing your screen, please?
Certainly.
If we start from the beginning, what I'm sharing on screen is figure 5 from Appendix W, Technical Appendix W, which is the quarry-related appendix. And you can see that there's an annotation in this location of Shaw River, which is adjacent to the project area. Document 47 is a letter from my instructors responding to one of the directions of the committee. You can see it, paragraph 1.2, to provide the correct location and depiction of Shaw River on map on page 19 of Appendix W, which is the figure I've just shown you. The appendix, well, rather, the letter goes on to say that the figure in the Appendix W has been corrected, and document 48 is the corrected version of that figure with the annotation of Shaw River deleted. So there is no Shaw River, as we are aware of, adjacent to the project area. The only Shaw River we are aware of is the one that's at Kentbruck, east of the project.
Thank you. Thank you.
So to the extent that that impacts the question Mr. Turner seeks to ask.
Clarification.
Thank you. My next question is regards to the Great South West Walk. Are you aware at the moment that the Great South West Walk doesn't have through access on the conventional track due to the crossing at Surrey River? And have you considered in your transport impact the current alignment of the Great South West Walk, which follows Boiler Swamp Road and Fishholes Road?
No, I haven't had any further information in relation to that.
Okay. In regards to the use of the Great South West Walk, it's quite often not used as a through point. You start in Portland and do the whole thing. A lot of people do day walks and they do food drops as they go along if they are on an extended overnight walk. Have you considered how the construction and the access along Boiler Swamp Road would be managed for those who use sections of the Great South West Walk, where they don't do the entire route, they do portions of the route and use the road network to access the crossover points?
Yeah. So my response to that is that obviously with the mitigation measures that are included in the controls is that provides the opportunity for that final level of detail that you're going to in terms of whether or not there needs to be and when, how, if at all, there needs to be any public level of access retained. It may be that those activities that you've described need to occur somewhere else on one of the other, like Cut-Off Dam Road, not necessarily at this location, and that the communications plan would need to ensure that that information is passed on. Now, the extent to which, like the duration that this may occur might be quite limited, and that's what really needs to be worked through with that detail. Now, it's not something that necessarily involves the general public in that decision making, but you can certainly be assured that certainly the department and council would be involved in that decision-making process.
Would national parks and the user groups that use the interest groups that use the Great South West Walk, would they be consulted as well?
Well, if that's what's deemed appropriate as stakeholders by the national parks, that would certainly the national parks would be. So that would be probably not the general public, but if someone was in a position where they were representing a group, they may be for that finer detail of understanding. But this isn't the type of thing, like anything. I've lived through Anzac Station being built for 7 years. Like I don't get consulted on which roads are closed, but my needs are considered in a broader sense, particularly from a pedestrian perspective.
Thank you. I'll move to following or discussions, I guess, follow on from Mr. Munro's inquiries about concrete. I'll share my screen. This is your traffic generation data. Am I correct that in respect to the concrete aggregates, Portland cement, binder materials, sand and stone, have you assumed that all of those materials will come from Portland?
It does assume that those materials come from the east, yes.
Okay.
Not necessarily Portland, but from the east, yes.
Yeah. Could they come from Mount Gambier for a project like this?
They, may. but obviously most of the source material would be from the east.
Yeah. I sent in my notification to ask questions a map that shows work authorities, which is the potential source of quarry materials. Did you have an opportunity to look at that?
I've seen the map, but I don't have an opportunity to review work authorities, but I've seen the map that you've sent.
Yeah, okay. My understanding of work authorities is that quarrying is a regulated activity and specialist materials will be needed for the concrete to meet requirements and specifications, and that a major cost of those materials is the transport cost. Is that a reasonable reflection of how the project will consider this?
To the extent, sorry, Madam Chair, to the extent that the question's about, as I've recorded it, the major cost in relation to specialist materials being the transport costs. It's not really a question for Ms Dunstan.
If you're not in a position to answer, you're welcome to just
let us
know that.
I'll rephrase that. I guess what I'm trying to highlight is the cost, and the materials would need to be sourced in close proximity because of the cost of transport.
Mr. Turner, I'll get you to share those ideas or views with us when you make your submissions. Thank you.
Okay. What other transport routes may be utilised to bring that aggregate in and concrete materials? Or does the project ruling out other transport corridors?
Well, all of these vehicles need to travel on approved B-double routes. So that's effectively a given. And so there will be routes that are already approved for that purpose. So if there's a quarry in a particular location, it has routes that it already uses to service whatever business activities it undertakes. And so it would still be along an approved B-double route. This isn't like a project that needs to introduce new or additional routes insofar as the activities that you're talking about. So there's no new B-double routes that would be introduced for this particular project.
Okay. So if there was a requirement for 3,000 truck and dog movements to bring in aggregate from Gambia Earth Movers Quarry near Harrow, that doesn't need to be considered by the project.
Well, the only change that would fundamentally occur is it would be right in, left out. So they're less, like if I was to reassess the intersection performance based on those movements, it would have a better degree of saturation. It would be improved because the most difficult movement's always the right out movement versus the right in, left out. So, if it was more westerly from a traffic perspective, it's, those roads are carry less traffic, generally speaking. So therefore, whilst it might be a larger volume increase from the base, it's less overall in terms of what the ultimate volumes get to, rather than it being from the east. So, and there's still along routes that are approved for that purpose.
So if sand was sourced from the Borrell sand mine in the Glenelg River at Casterton, it would come down along an approved B-double route.
It would need to, otherwise it's not going to be the source of the location. So it doesn't have any choice about that. So effectively, they're going to pick sites that are suitable for this particular location, and it may not be one isolated site.
Sure.
Normally it's, materials are sourced from a range of locations.
Yeah. Is the Winnip Nelson Road a approved B-double route or a truck and dog approved route?
I haven't necessarily considered the extent to the west that you may be, the finer grain detail that you're looking at. But it would need to be, otherwise it's not going to be used. Yeah, it's not going to be used if it's not.
Okay. The way I see it, there's only east and west transport connections, Portland, Mount Gambier, and then the other route coming down from Dartmoor via Winnip.
And the assessment, in fairness, has assumed to the east, because that's where, when you put up your 1,200 or something different locations, most of them are located to the east.
Yes, I won't yeah. Of course, there's regulated quarry activities in South Australia. But,
Thank you, Mr. Turner. I'll get you to keep moving.
I move on. In calculating or understanding and generating the concrete aggregate material traffic generation data, have you been provided a basis of design report and drawings for the concrete foundation, or that's just been a verbal instructions?
I'm not the person who determines how that is constructed. I have to rely on information that sensibly is provided by someone who has experience with the construction activity, based on either a civil engineer going through the exercise or the proponent's experience, which it's based on the proponent's experience. I really need to work with a figure that's provided to me. Otherwise, I'm just guessing. I'm coming up with potentially crazy numbers if I do it a different way. And so I have to rely on the information that's been provided to me. The information clearly in relation to staff movements and things, that's within my area of expertise to make estimates of motor travel and things. But otherwise, I really need to rely on the information that's provided.
Yeah. So has that been an engineering report from your instructors or from the proponent?
So
we've seen. Yeah.
I've amended what was provided in the TIA to produce the daily figures. So I've effectively relied on that document insofar as all the truck movements are, corrected and amended a couple of things, particularly with respect to staff movements, and then converted it into two-way volume based on a daily traffic volume for the number of likely work days. So I've used that information to provide an estimate for what I really need to present, which is the peak hour, which is relatively straightforward, but getting a more robust figure for the daily volume, which was something that wasn't incorporated in the TIA.
Okay. Thank you. My next questions are in regards to the construction on Boiler Swamp Road. Are you aware of the current load restriction on Boiler Swamp Road and the network around Boiler Swamp Road, Cutout Dam Road, and the intersecting roads?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. Are you talking about load limits or?
Yeah, gross vehicle weight limits applied to those roads.
I'm not sure that I saw anything that was signed, but yes.
Yep.
I'm not aware of seeing anything that was signed.
Okay. So in terms of the pavement quality, the pavement thickness, the watercourse crossings, culverts, and the bridge at Surrey River, you're not aware or haven't considered any weight restrictions around construction traffic?
Well, I have not considered that, no.
Okay, thank you.
That's where the mitigation measures go into further detail on, as you would be aware.
Yeah. I'll share my screen again at chapter 3 of the EES. This shows the proposed trenching equipment. It's also included in other parts of the documentations that have been tabled, and there's also Appendix Z has a size of the trencher, and there's a technical report, document 110. Have you had an opportunity to look at the document 110?
Yes.
Right. My understanding at the moment is the proposal is to centre the trenching in the middle of the road with the work layout as pictured here, with 3 trenches straddling a 3 metre wide arrangement, where there'll be a requirement for construction traffic to access the front of the trencher and also transport to access the back of the trencher, for example, delivering a cable drum. What's your appreciation of the ability for construction traffic to get through access or bypass access under the proposed work scheme?
Yeah, so my understanding is that there would still be sufficient access to bypass. That's my understanding for the actual construction traffic related to the project, but for the broader, so it might be, you know, more constrained. But in terms of the, you know, certainly not public access where that construction activity is active, and with emergency access, there may be times, which they're acknowledging, there may be times when that emergency access cannot be provided for.
Okay. Going back to chapter 3, the trencher is shown as 3.5 metres wide.
Mm.
And if we look at the trench scheme, it's across a 6.5 metre wide road.
Yeah.
In my submission, 212, I provided some dimensions of Boyle Swamp Road being about 6 metres wide, table to drain to drain. And the proponent has stated within the EES that and in further correspondence I've seen between DECA and the proponent, that the disturbance footprint will be maintained within 6.5 metres. If we consider a 3.5 metre wide trencher in the middle of 6.5 metres, how, and my understanding, say a truck or a Toyota is going to occupy a couple of metres at least. Can you bring me to an understanding how bypass traffic could occur?
Yeah, so, you know, it may not be completely centrally in the road, so that's the first thing. So it's talking about when it needs to be offset to get around particular route issues. So if you look at that figure that you were showing before, it demonstrates that you really, and look, that 2 metre shoulder that you see there, that is still trafficable, still a trafficable space. I'm not sure that the figure that you're showing there in terms of the plan, I think it was the second figure that you showed.
Yeah, so I'll get that up again. That's in my submission. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
and so certainly all of the you know, vehicular traffic related to the site would be able to still bypass through there. But what it's really talking about is, because of potentially the you know how many branches do you break off, you know, cut off, etc. So you might not be able to maintain the height clearance requirements of the CFA going through there, as well as spatially their wide vehicles versus utes and small trucks and other things that you need to use to manoeuvre around the site is a different matter. So they'll still maintain access for themselves, but they're not able to necessarily always guarantee that there's the CFA access at all locations. And that's why that's, you know, identified now as a risk that needs to be mitigated, and mitigated in way of making sure that there are alternative routes, manage how they go through where those north-south links are, as well as communications.
Okay. Are you familiar at all with Mr. Galbraith's evidence in regards to the tree roots along the edge of the road?
I haven't read his evidence, but I've been instructed on the implications.
Yeah. And you're understanding the implications with regard to the 2 metre shoulder that we're looking at now?
Yes, but I mean, trafficable, right now you can, people would be propping over and parking on that location, so you can drive over it.
Okay. In regards to, say, a truck bringing in thermal sand to put around a cable, would your understanding that a truck would back in up the road, or it would have bypass access?
Madam Chair, I'm just going to interject at that point. These are really matters of design detail. We've been at pains to explain through the course of this hearing that there will be different potentially different ways in which trenching activities along Boiler Swamp Road would occur with different types of equipment, inclusive of different numbers and volumes of equipment. And these are really matters of design detail that will be determined at a later stage. Now, what we're getting towards now is really hypothetical questions, which I'm not sure are really going to assist the committee. That's a matter for you, but I'm not sure that this is particularly useful.
Thank you. I'm happy for Ms Dunstan to answer the questions to the extent that you can, and I do appreciate the comments you've just made about them potentially hypothetical questions. So I would let you use your judgment.
That's right. So I don't have enough. I mean, what's important to me is the CFA access, and if it is going to be blocked, we flag it now so that the mitigation measures adequately cover that. So it's not something that you work out on the go. Whereas everything else that you're really talking about is the constructability of this within that space, given the constraints that have been presented by the Mr Galbraith's evidence. So they're not matters for me to resolve, but if there was something put to me like we're proposing to do this, or we need to get this size vehicle to do a 3-point turn, or whatever it is, I'll be able to say whether that could happen or not. But I don't feel comfortable in saying and making up what the arrangements might be, which is, I think, what I'm effectively being asked to do.
I feel the work layout and the restrictive or the width of the work footprint is quite clear. It's 6.5 metres. We've been given in the EES and appendices and technical notes very clear indications of the dimension of the construction equipment being used. The through access and bypass access or not has an impact on whether construction equipment will flow out onto other roads. I think these are not hypothetical. They're real matters that need to be answered.
Thank you, Mr Turner.
I'm clarity about.
I'm happy for you to ask the questions, and if Ms Dunstan's able to answer, then she will.
If bypass access for construction equipment, such as a truck delivering a cable drum or a truck delivering thermal stand, doesn't have bypass access, would you agree that the road network would have to be used to bring in that construction vehicles?
So a road network other than Boiler Swamp Road, is that obviously Boiler Swamp Road will be used? I mean, that's just a matter for a later stage.
Yeah, so you've provided these diagrams here of proposed detour roads. This is your evidence, document 79, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
So detour roads for either the CFA or the general public, yes. Yeah.
If in the instance that construction traffic doesn't have through access, would it be a correct understanding that that construction traffic will have to use the roads highlighted yellow to get access to the construction corridor?
Madam Chair, the problem I've got with this question is this. Every single piece of equipment that has to come into this location to do the construction along Boiler Swamp Road will use the proximate road network to do so.
Yes, thank you. I understand that that's clear. So I'm just trying to understand Mr Turner's question. Mr Turner, what Mr Wright's described as the IAC's understanding of the material as well. Is there a specific thing that you're trying to understand beyond that?
Yes, how broad a network of roads within the Cobbobity National Park and Cobbobity Forest Park will be required to be used as part of construction. If construction was limited to Boiler Swamp Road, my understanding would be the delivery of sand and the delivery of cable drums and HDD equipment would come in one end of the road and go out or turn around at a crossover point and go back again. That's what I've understood it from the EES. There's been some turnaround diagrams provided in the appendices.
And Mr Turner, your specific question is?
Have you considered well, are the roads suitable for both construction vehicles?
It's self-evident, isn't it? Like that diagram you just had on, open there,
Yes.
It's self-evident that a vehicle can turn around in any of those cross-intersection locations without having to go along and use T&W Road for its full extent, cut out Dam Road for its full extent. That if it's a vehicle of even a modest or reasonable size, that it would be able to do a 3-point turn in that space. So
Yes, that's not what I'm seeking to highlight.
Thank
or
you, Mr.
understand.
Turner.
What I'm trying to understand is what the impact is if that truck comes down to drop off sand, how it will turn around or how it will get back out again.
Mr. Turner, just for time efficiency,
Sure.
I'm going to ask you to move on, and I understand your interest in some of the questions that you're asking, but if you could stay focused on the more significant issues for the benefit of the IAC. Thank you.
Sure. With respect to the detour roads, are you aware of any load restrictions on those? If construction traffic is to use those roads, what is their weight limits? What is their weight restrictions?
Okay, so insofar as I'm aware, there are no load restrictions on those roads.
Thank you. I'll go to the traffic generation data here with the underground line through the Cobobony and other areas. There's a line here with an item that's left blank. What does that refer to?
Ms. Dunstan, are you clear on the question?
Checking,
yeah.
If it's in the ES document. It's still left blank in the ES document, so I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. You don't know, or you do know?
No, I don't know the answer to that. So what we have done is we've taken the ES document and exported the info. We didn't have the benefit of the spreadsheet. We've exported that into a spreadsheet and then done our own calculations. We didn't change any of the wording of the ES document at Appendix B.
Thank you.
We've added lines below, as Mr. Munro highlighted, but we didn't change any of the wording.
Okay, thank you. In regards to the estimation of the number of precast pits, is that based on one pit per length of cable drum? I think approximately 700 metres.
So again, this isn't my material, so I can't answer questions about how this was derived.
Okay. So there's two schemes that have been put forward. One that utilises HDD to go under endangered tree species, the applejack. There's another scheme that's been put forward where trenching can occur right through. You're not aware of which scheme this information has been built up on?
The same answer again. If I didn't know what it was the first time, I don't know in relation to that. So,
sure. And I did have another question within that, how that data's been built up, and that is in regards to spoil movement and removal of spoil, which line item that has been built up in, but it sounds like I'll get the same answer.
Yes, because I'm not the author of this document. We've used the information that's provided to be able to produce the daily traffic volumes.
Okay, thank you. I think that exhausts my questions. Thank you, Member Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. So we'll move into some questions from the IAC, and I'll hand you to Member Kirsch to run through those. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions, Ms. Dunstan. The first one is in relation to the Department of Transport and Planning submission, which I understand that you've reviewed and you provided a response to in your initial evidence report. Now, the proponent also reviewed that submission and provided a response in document 136, where I'm not sure whether you've seen that document or not, but it went through the individual elements of the department's submission and provided a response.
Okay, I haven't got, I would have read it, but I could open it up. So it's document 136.
I'm really just referring to it for background. I'm not proposing to take you to it in any detail. I'm mindful that in your review of the department's submission, again, bearing in mind that the department's submission essentially was a list of proposed conditions and requirements that they believe should be addressed, particularly as part of the TMP. Your response to that submission was essentially to agree to most of those suggestions and propositions. The proponent wasn't as accommodating as you were in terms of agreeing to all of those changes. It certainly agreed to a range of them, but perhaps not as many as you had agreed to.
Okay.
And all of those changes, of course, are reflected in the day one EMF, which you've seen and which you've supported. I'm just trying to reconcile your position about the changes sought by DTP and the fact that not all of those have been accommodated in the day one EMF, and whether you have a view about that or there's any commentary you would like to provide around that.
It's probably fair to say that I focused on that my own requirements were met. That was the first thing. So if you could just take me, if it's possible, if you can identify which ones that the proponent didn't agree with, and I could indicate how important I feel that they are.
I'm not going to do that. I mean, that's something that Mr. Wright might want to do by way of screen sharing document 136, but that's a matter. My concern was to make sure that you had the opportunity, or we had the opportunity to be aware of anything that you wanted to highlight.
Yeah, I didn't feel that what they were asking for, a lot of it was information requirements that did not seem an unreasonable expectation.
That's fine. I'll leave that with you, Mr. Wright. I mean, it seems that there's a number of ways that you could respond to that if, in fact, you feel the need to respond. One is that you could take Ms. Dunstan through it, or you could provide us with some supplementary material at another time.
I'll contemplate it, Mr. Kirsch, as your questions proceed. My immediate response is that we've provided a detailed response in the day one version of the EMF with justifications as to why or why not various changes have been adopted.
Absolutely, and I have acknowledged that. I'm just trying to reconcile Ms. Dunstan's position with the proponent's position, and
I understand the question.
Whether there's some level of agreement, or whether, more importantly, whether there's any disagreement.
Thank you.
Next question, Ms. Dunstan, is I'm sure you're aware in the EES there's some talk or some discussion about the potential for importing turbine components through the Port of Geelong or the Port of Melbourne. If there's been any change to what I understand to be the current preference, which is through Portland, I'm sure the proponent would advise us of that. If there were a change and they were brought through Geelong or Melbourne, would the mitigation measures that specifically relate to transport accommodate that change, or would there need to be some additional requirements included?
I think that there wouldn't be any additional mitigation measures, particularly because, you know, those routes, if you would already be, you know, largely would already have accommodated, say, wind turbines or through that space. So from my understanding is that's a route that has been used quite regularly.
I think that the only sort of, I suppose, side or road specific reference in the mitigation measures are to the oversize and over-dimension transport, which, from what you're saying, would be used regardless of whether they came from Portland or Geelong or Melbourne.
That's correct. So there wouldn't be anything additional that you would need to allow, I mean, obviously there's a new route survey that would be done, and that assessment would take into consideration anything further that needed to be done. So the controls still require the route survey to be done, updated. So the way in which the route survey is being done at the moment, it's a preliminary route survey, recognising that there's still things to do with overhead cables, etc., that need to be potentially checked and resolved with power core and that type of thing. So imagine the same would be the case. So the physical size of the vehicles, less of an issue, more the height.
My last question, and it's not directly related to the project, but I'm sure Mr. Wright won't mind me asking this. I'm sure you're aware of the recent traffic accident at the Mount Crosby Bridge and the turbine that hit the underneath of the bridge. Now, I'm not sure where that's at in terms of there being an investigation into the cause of it, but I'm sure it's going to be raised during the hearing. And depending on where all of this currently sits, is there anything that we can learn from that? Is there anything that's relevant to mitigation measures or how we manage transporting turbine components?
Mr. Chair,
I'm
sorry, Mr. Kirsch, if I might just add some colour to that before it's answered in terms of the cause. My understanding from publicly available media articles is that the driver didn't follow the pilot vehicles along the route that was required to be used for the turbine componentry, and consequently that bridge was not part of a recognised route for transport. So that's just maybe a piece of colour that is an important distinction.
We've read the same newspaper articles, that's my understanding as well. But Ms Dunstan, is there anything that we can learn from that?
Look, I would think it's got to do with exactly that, the internal processes, and I'm sure every company will have learnt a lesson about that. But the most important, the thing is really that rigour in doing the route survey, and when it's approved, every item being ticked off, nothing left to chance. Equally, that was my concern about, clipping someone's power to the house, because predominantly it was just stays to houses and things, but that it is important to raise those permanently or temporarily. So that's what I saw as being the more significant issue. So
there's nothing that needs to be added to the mitigation measures, or no?
I wouldn't. No. I wouldn't think so.
Okay, thank you. Thanks,
Thank you. No further questions from the IAC, so I'll hand you back to Mr. Wright for any re-examination.
Before I do that, I'll just respond to Member Kirsch's indication or question really about the reconciliation process. I'm not going to take Ms Dunstan back through that process. One primary reason, it would take quite a lot of time to do so. We have given considerable thought to what has and hasn't been adopted into the mitigation measures, so we'll address that through submissions.
And Mr. Wright, just what I'm thinking of, and I know that later in the proceedings, the proponent will provide us with a reconciliation of where the expert evidence has and hasn't been accepted by the proponent. So then that may be another tool in which some of that, I understand this is specific to the submission, but yes. Sorry, did you have another thing to raise?
I think that is the most effective and efficient way of doing it. What the question really is, are there any elements of the proponent's response that Ms Dunstan isn't comfortable with or disagrees with?
I don't understand that to be the case, Member Kirsch. I was involved in the process of doing a reconciliation between the DTP matters, Ms Dunstan's recommendations, and the drafting in the day one itself. We will, in the process of re-looking at that document for the day two version, I will undertake to do that reconciliation again. If there's some that we've missed for no good reason, we'll put them back in. But I don't recall that to being the case, and I don't recall there being any specific reasons why we've taken a departure from anything recommended by Ms Dunstan without reason.
For the last time, and then we can move on. The issue is that Ms Dunstan has said that she agrees with 90% of D2P's requests. The proponent, and I'm just plucking a number, has agreed to 60%. It's that 30% I just need some advice on, and happy for you to do that at your leisure and provide us with something in writing once you've had those discussions with Ms Dunstan.
We understand. And to the extent it's necessary to get a further comment in writing from Ms Dunstan, then we will do so, but perhaps as her review of our reasons for any departures. It might be the most efficient way to do it, Member Kirsch. There was really only one matter I wanted to take Ms Dunstan to by way of re-examination, and it relates to this question. It's a very small matter, Ms Dunstan. You recall there were questions put to you about communications with stakeholders in respect of particularly the Great South West Walk and any impact of closures along Boiler Swamp Road. Do you recall questions in that regard? I'm going to bring up the day one version of the mitigation measures. And mitigation measure TP01, which is the communications plan measure. Appreciate you won't be able to read it at that scale, but if I take you to the middle part of this where it refers to stakeholder consultation, what it currently says is stakeholder consultation, including but not limited to DTP, the council, the plantation operator, Parks Victoria, and CFA has been added in response to your evidence, DECA, the Port of Portland, and other freight industries where appropriate. I note that that's a non-exclusive list and that it does refer to DECA, which has responsibility for the road, Boiler Swamp Road, Parks Victoria, which has responsibility for the parks. One other entity, what one might add, if thought necessary to do so, could be the Great South West Walk Committee as a stakeholder group with interest in that. What's your view about that? Is it necessary to specify them explicitly or desirable to do so in that mitigation measure?
Well, it depends on the extent to which the route's been varied. So if Parks Victoria and DECA think that it is appropriate, then because the route's been varied and that local knowledge is exceptionally important, then yes. If it's just the cross that was originally anticipated, then the answer would be no. So it really is the extent to which was put to me as true, an accurate representation of what's going on.
So if I can put it this way, to the extent that the walk in that location in its permanent form reverts to what it is on your understanding, you say it's not necessary to specify the committee in the mitigation measure.
That's
right. To the extent that it's a more permanent change in the route, then that's something that would perhaps lead to the need to consult specifically with the committee about impacts.
Be of significant assistance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
Project team. Yeah.
That was all, Madam Chair. If Ms. Dunstan excused with our thanks.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Dunstan.
Madam Chair, how would you like to proceed? We have Mr. Feldman ready to go.
Yes.
I'm mindful that it's 20 to 1 and
yes.
I'm entirely in your hands as to whether you'd like to break
so
now.
We have questions only from the IAC.
Yeah.
So I am wondering if we might continue, depending on how long you're intending, or your discussions around the evidence in chief were intended to be.
I'll be 5 to 10 minutes, I'll say 10 minutes introducing the topic. I would imagine that the evidence will be in the order of half an hour. So, it gets us well past 1.
Yes, yeah. No, we might break now then rather than have another look.
Happy to come back early if you'd prefer.
Yes, I think it's so nearly 20 to 1. I think if we come back at 1:30, that will help things keep moving today as well.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see everybody back at 1:30.
So that one's on. You mean that?
7.
Great, thank you. Welcome back, everyone.
Thank you. You're back with me, Member Kendall. We're obviously turning now to the final topic, in respect of which we're calling evidence, Aboriginal cultural heritage impacts. And I'll just start by identifying documents that are relevant to this topic and that we ask the committee to have access to. Document number 64 is Mr. Feldman's witness statement. Document number 108 is Technical Note 7, which was a response prepared in respect of the committee's 27th request for information. Document 325 is the opening submissions that we prepared in respect of this matter. You recall that they were filed last week in anticipation of the evidence being called then. And document 326 is Mr. Feldman's presentation that he'll talk to this afternoon. I won't walk you through the written submission, but there are just two matters that I wanted to emphasise before moving to the evidence. The first is that the impact assessment documented within the EES has been informed by the development of a predictive model for areas of Aboriginal heritage sensitivity. And that's a model that has been used to guide complex investigations as part of the CHMP that is presently being prepared. It's a predictive model that has informed various aspects of the impact assessment. And we'll hear shortly from Mr. Feldman about how it is that model has been prepared and how it has been utilised to inform the impact assessment pursuant to the scoping requirements. In our submission, it's a sophisticated approach to impact assessment in the context of this type of proposal, and it allows for a proper assessment of impact, which of course is the primary obligation charged that in respect of which this IAC is charged to undertake. I did want to emphasise that it's an approach that has been prepared as a consequence of detailed consultation with the relevant RAP. As I indicated yesterday, my client has a very productive relationship with the RAP, consults regularly with the RAP in respect of various aspects of the statutory approvals that are required, and as well as the environmental effects assessment that is before you. Just to assist by way of context, if the committee could please turn to document number 64, which is Mr. Feldman's witness statement. At PDF page 57, there's appended to that statement a letter prepared by the RAP and addressed to the Minister for Planning. That's a letter dated the 2nd of October 2024. Do you have that document before you? Thank you. This document just provides some useful context to how it is that the relevant model was prepared and how it is that the impact assessment has been completed. There are a number of introductory paragraphs, but the one that I wanted to bring to the committee's attention is the final paragraph on PDF page 57. And you'll see there that the RAP has been, or indicates that it's been working with Neoan's consultant, Andrew Long and Associates, on the CHMP since 2022, after they were appointed on request from the RAP to replace the existing consultants. And you may recall from reviewing the material that Andrew Long and Associates were appointed following work undertaken by a different consultant, and that appointment was following a request from the RAP to change the nature of the assessment that had been undertaken. And there's some context provided here as to why it is that the RAP was not happy with the level of consultation undertaken by the previous consultant, and that that is what prompted the change in consultation, that is, change in firms appointed by the relevant proponent. And there's an indication this is on the RAP's part that this is demonstrative of the respect that Neon has for the RAP's views. Over the page, you'll see there's a reference to the approach for the project being a target of no harm, that is to target a no harm outcome, and that's been reflected in the collaborative and detailed approach to the development of the CHMP complex testing methodology in order to assess the potential impact on unregistered Gunditjmara cultural heritage within the entire project area. An iterative predictive model was developed to predict the likely sensitivity of the project area based on inputs including soil type, geomorphology, landform, and the association between these factors and tangible cultural heritage occurrence. There's a recognition that the model has been ground truth with on-site testing in select locations. That's occurred through various phases. The first in April 2023, the second in July 2023, and as at the date of that letter, the final phase occurring in mid-2024. And you'll hear from Mr. Feldman about the ongoing implementation of the predictive model and the various phases of its utilisation. Then the letter recognises that the predictive model resulted in plans showing sensitivity for surface and subsurface artefacts, low to high, over the entire project area. There's a recognition that this approach to developing the predictive model and studies is actively supported by the RAP and represents a new way of the RAP working with developers. The RAP has not seen this level of rigour before in advance of a complex testing in the CHMP process, and we're enthusiastic of the work done to set up a forward methodology for the complex assessment process. There's a recognition that the work will contribute to the development of a robust CHMP with detailed management conditions as opposed to general management measures as seen in a traditional CHMP, and that an expression of satisfaction on the part of the RAP as to the progress of the CHMP. So I just wanted to work through those matters because they explain how it is that the particular approach used to assessment here was developed over time in consultation with the RAP. Obviously you'll hear in a moment from Mr. Feldman about the particular aspects of the model and how it can inform your assessment. But again, we wanted to emphasise in opening that the approach here is a sophisticated one that properly responds to the particular characteristics of this project and allows for an informed assessment over what is a relatively large area of land that would be the subject of the project. So with that introduction in mind, I'm proposing to now turn to the evidence of Mr. Feldman. I take it that the committee doesn't have any questions about any of that?
No, happy for you to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Feldman, I'll ask you to please have your camera turned on and your microphone on. Great. Would you please state your full name?
Ricky Feldman.
And Mr. Feldman, what position do you hold with Andrew Long and Associates?
Executive Director at Andrew Long and Associates.
And from where do you conduct your practice, Mr. Feldman?
We are in Collingwood in Victoria.
Now, you've prepared a witness statement for the purposes of this committee hearing. At section 1.1 of that witness statement, you set out your qualifications and expertise. Is that correct?
Correct.
And would you please broadly summarise those as they concern the evidence that you give today?
So I've been working as a heritage advisor in Victoria for 20 odd years. We've worked very closely with the Gunditjmering previously and again on this occasion. Did you want more in terms of, sorry, I'm just trying to find the relevant document to see what I did wrote.
While you're doing that, you hold a Bachelor of Arts from the University of Melbourne.
Indeed, and a Bachelor of Science, Bachelor of Arts with an honours in Archaeology, University of Melbourne. That's right.
And you've been a professional archaeological and heritage consultant since 2002. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Are there any corrections or modifications that you'd like to make to your written report?
No.
Are there matters of fact set out therein matters that are true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And are the opinions that you express opinions that are genuinely held by you?
Yes, they are.
I'd ask you to please, before we turn to your presentation, explain to the committee what role you played in the preparation of the impact assessment that was appended as part of the environmental effects statement.
Sure. Yes, so I was involved from, as Mr. Chessel referred to the change in consultants back in 2022. I was involved in the initial conversations with Neowen and with the Gunditj Mirring. We were really principally brought on board to explore the preferences that the Gunditj Mirring have for conducting this particular assessment based on the little archaeological research that's been undertaken in this area. They were looking for a novel approach, and we were very much guided by them to take that approach forward. I was involved as a co-author in that report. I was out on site a number of times. I was not personally involved in a lot of the fieldwork activities, but members of Andrew Long and Associates were party to all of those field activities. And then I was co-author in the writing up of the document, as the impact assessment document, as well as the current CHMP, the Cultural Heritage Management Plan, which is in a draft format. Yeah. Certainly can. Thank you. Just me an error. Let's try that again. Ah, good.
Thank you.
So, as established, I am Ricky Feldman, one of the co-authors of this, of the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Technical Report, which is Technical Report Appendix J to the Environmental Effects Statement for the project. And as mentioned, I was one of the co-authors and the Heritage Advisor on this project. The evaluation objective for the Kentbruck Green Power Hub for Aboriginal Cultural Heritage was to avoid or minimise adverse effects on Aboriginal and historical cultural heritage and associated values. The key issues documented within the scoping requirements was the destruction or disturbance of sites or places of Aboriginal cultural heritage significance. The scoping requirements were initially assessed by reviewing land use history, previous archaeological assessments, identifying previously recorded tangible Aboriginal places within the project area. The archaeological record shows that the coastline of Discovery Bay has a very high potential for the presence of shell middens and artefact scatters that decreases towards the Warrnambool Karst, the landform on which the project is largely situated. The majority of the project sits at the lower elevations to the west of the Kanawinka Fault, comprising that karst landscape that developed on underlying Gambia limestone. And of course, the predominant historical land use of that area is agricultural, but now dominated by forestry. So there are 228 registered Aboriginal places that were defined within the study area. And for the purposes of the assessment, the study area is a 2-kilometre buffer on the project area. They were majority shell middens, 156 of the 228. Artefact scatters were 58 of the 228. 7 earth features, 5 low density artefact distributions, and 2 scarred trees. One important conclusion to draw here is that if you consider the study area having a 2-kilometre buffer, those 228 registered places, only 6 were registered previously within the project area itself. So that is that 222 were in fact registered in that 2-kilometre buffer of the project area. So subsequent stages of our assessment focused on assessing the potential for previously unrecorded tangible Aboriginal heritage to be present within the project area. And this was achieved through consultation with the Gunditj Mirring and establishing a predictive model that could be applied to meet the criteria to avoid or minimise impacts to tangible Aboriginal heritage. The phases are numerous, so I'll maybe just give a very quick summary. The phases 1 to 3A are summarised from the technical report. Phases 3B and 3C present as updates to the assessment, and they are covered in the expert witness statement. Phases 4A, 4B and 5 present recommendations for future works, and noting that the following the agreement with the Gunditj Mirring at a meeting in late March this year, we submitted a formal request, I think it was early April, for field representation to participate in the completion of this program for the Cultural Heritage Management Plan, which is scheduled to recommence shortly. The phase 1 that was referred to was the initial Gunditj Mirring-led model that was, and phase 1 of testing. So following those initial conversations with and workshops with the Gunditj Mirring, it was decided to further explore the observed correlations between the presence of red soils or chromosols and Aboriginal heritage on the ground surface. In order to model the potential distribution of red soils on the ground surface, we explored a range of available sources, including client-supplied LiDAR data, aerial imagery, and Clay Minerals Index, which is a GIS tool. When we tested the model with a limited program of subsurface testing that included 8 test pits and 4 auger boreholes, that were excavated to confirm presence or absence of these red soils as predicted by the model, no Aboriginal heritage was recorded within the subsurface context in these red soil areas. However, 5 of the 6 testing locations in areas showing an absence for red soils contain subsurface artefacts. The second phase comprised additional testing of that red soil mapping. We undertook 17 subsurface excavations at that point. This, of course, is with the Gunditj Mirring, as well as 2 auger boreholes. The heritage continued to be more commonly identified in non-red soils rather than red soils. And it appeared that it was suggesting that this was related, these results suggested that elevation and landform or geomorphology were contributing heavily to the distribution and identification of heritage within the project area. So at the completion of the phase 1 and 2 testing, the initial hypothesis of the correlation between the presence of chromosols and Aboriginal heritage was challenged with together with the Gunditj Mirring, and as more subsurface Aboriginal heritage was identified within the non-chromosol locations. The result of the phase 1 and phase 2 testing and the survey were used to update the iterative predictive model and develop a new rating system based on the observed correlations between presence and absence of artefacts and the following features, and they were landform element, elevation, and soil type, presence, absence of red soils. The phase 1 and phase 2 results demonstrated that it was necessary to consider the development of 2 separate models representing the likelihood of Aboriginal heritage to be present. That is, one that considered likelihood for presence on the ground surface, and one that was a focus on the likelihood of heritage in a subsurface context. So the predictive model relied on ratings based on the Gunditj Mirring input, and field observations rather than just the probably more standard environmental data which most site predictive models rely on. Pardon me. So the testing of the Model 2 was first proposed to target those areas of the lowest proportion of high archaeological sensitivity. And to test this iterative model, Gunditsch Mirring's initial preference was to minimise impacts on tangible heritage by focusing first on those exact areas of lowest proportion for high sensitivity. And the results of the surface survey and at 5 turbine locations and subsurface testing at 8 turbine locations added information from 48 test pits. The end of 3A is equivalent to the end of the information presented in the impact assessment technical appendix. So we move to 3B, which is reflected in the further studies in the expert witness statement. This testing, which we're calling phase 3B, was focusing on testing the model, targeting areas with the highest proportion of high archaeological sensitivity. So the Gunditsch Mirring agreed to test a small number of turbine locations that were modelled for highest proportion of high subsurface archaeological sensitivity in order to advance the reliability of the model. And 27 subsurface excavations were conducted as part of this phase 3B testing. In total, 13 subsurface artefacts were recorded within 5 pits. Areas of predicted moderate and low to moderate archaeological sensitivity were largely artefact negative, and those areas of high, with the exception of one of low, had artefacts present. And this led to the 3C, which is the iterative model 3, to be developed. So after the completion of all of the testing program across all those phases, phase 1 to 3B, we had a total of 100 test pits with 77 subsurface artefacts recorded. The additional data resulted in the revision of the sensitivity ratings of some of the categories, and following drafting of some modelling options presented to the Gunditsch Mirring and in discussion with them, 3 key considerations contributed to the revision of the subsurface artefact predictive model. So the resolution of the model was reduced from 5 to 10 metres. As much as the previous model perhaps looked nicer, it gives the impression of greater precision than is real or practicable. The second was the removal of landform as a proxy for soil type. Soil data collection was somewhat inconsistent, and if soil type does indeed correlate with landform, it should already be covered by the landform unit, so not to double up. The introduction of slope in Model 3 was another key input that was based on a statistical correlation observed when reviewing the presence and absence of the heritage data. Now, I think that this table presented here provides a reasonable summary that can start to confirm the development of what appears to be a reliable model. So this is the model that we are currently using. This is the model number 3 that resulted in all of those excavations that I have quickly mentioned. You'll see here, I said there were 100 in total. You'll see that in the bottom right of the table. So if you can look across to the bottom right, you'll see 100. As you track that back to the left, this shows that 24 of those 100 test pits had artefacts in them. So if you look at the, just going back up to the top then, so considering that this is the high, moderate, low to moderate and low along the left-hand column shows the rating of the predicted archaeological sensitivity. So you can track high across to the end, and you can see that there were a total of 13 pits excavated in the Model 3 that was considered high. Of those, 77% contained artefacts. Of the moderate, you can see there were 34 pits in total. Of those, 26% or 9 contained artefacts. Of the low to moderate, there were 29 pits excavated in total within that category, and 4 or 14% contained artefacts. And within the low predicted archaeological sensitivity areas, there were 24 pits that were excavated, and only 1 or 4% had was positive for artifact presence. So we do start to see the development of what does appear to be a more reliable model, bearing in mind that the Gunditjmering were very keen for us to be able to present a model to further the investigations through the CHMP process as well. So this is just a very quick visual example of what the model looked like through. This is the iterative Model 2, showing an example. I think it's turbine 97. And then again, this is a zoomed out version showing the iterative site predictive Model 3. So just so you can have an understanding of what the actual features and the categories of the model look like. Phase 4A will see the continuation of the assessment, as it's referred to, a complex assessment, which is subsurface excavation through the Cultural Heritage Management Plan. The aim there is to continue to establish presence and absence of Aboriginal heritage at areas of proposed subsurface impact using testing methodology that is based on Model 3. The subsurface excavation will continue to target areas of modelled high and moderate archaeological sensitivity across areas of hard stand, and each proposed turbine mast location, regardless of predicted sensitivity as a control, as well as all of the infrastructure elements. So the pavement hard stands, for example, they only go to a depth of approximately 350 to 400 mil. So manual excavation would cease at about 450 mil. These are requirements that give the Gunditjmering confidence in the testing program to come. And various other targets of investigation would suit the proposed impact at each of the locations. This does include, of course, the transmission line, where shovel test pits are proposed at 250 metre intervals. That's excluding Boiler Swamp Road, so the excavations there would target the 1 to 5 metre contour lines, as well as low-lying areas outside of waterways. Through this phase of testing that is proposed, there would be regular consultation with both the Gunditjmering and the Victorian Aboriginal Heritage Register, First Peoples State Relations, and if necessary, further adjustments to the model will be made to refine likelihood ratings. And as agreed with the Gunditjmering, the current phase 4 methodology includes subsurface excavations at specified numbers based on impacts, based on the model. The phase 4B, that is proposed, is the continuation of the complex assessment for the Cultural Heritage Management Plan, and the purpose there is to define the nature and extent of Aboriginal heritage places identified. So this is a requirement of the Aboriginal Heritage Act. It must be undertaken. We have had discussions with the Gunditjmering to consider implications of the identification of certain artefact densities in subsurface excavations conducted as part of the ongoing stages 4A and 4B. And depending on the outcomes of these discussions, further subsurface testing may be conducted around those locations that contain heritage to assess the nature and extent of those places. And that will further not only meet the requirements of the Aboriginal Heritage Act, but it would also enable the Gunditj-Meering to have conversations with the proponent about the potential requirements for any future micrositing based on the results and the model, to be able to better avoid and minimise impacts to Aboriginal heritage. The phase 5 that we're calling of the assessment would follow Gunditj-Meering's approval of the CHMP. It would have general conditions which would apply before, during, and after the approval. Before, during, and after the actual activity. These are designed to increase awareness among project staff and contractors to the potential for Aboriginal heritage to be present within the project area, and they do include measures such as Gunditj-Meering inductions, notification processes, protocols for handling sensitive information, etc. Additionally, specific management conditions may be required for Aboriginal heritage places that may include measures such as compliance inspections or establishment of no-go zones, as will be established through the process of the Cultural Heritage Management Plan. It'll also contain contingency measures that will provide clear guidelines regarding the process that must be implemented should Aboriginal heritage be discovered during the construction phase of the project. In terms of the intangible heritage values, a cultural values assessment and an Indigenous land use agreement have been prepared. The proponent conducted this at the request of the Gunditj-Mara native title holders. There are no known intangible Aboriginal heritage places that are currently registered on the Victorian Aboriginal Heritage Register within the project area, and those intangible heritage places that are not associated with a registered place, or those that the Gunditj-Meering do not wish to have registered, will be managed through consultation with the Gunditj-Meering, employing the Gunditj-Meering research principles and guidelines, in addition to any prepared by the cultural values assessment recommendations as part of that Indigenous land use agreement. I'll just jump to the recommendations, and then it's just observations from day one. So in terms of the recommendation section, the Gunditj-Meering-led predictive model has been endorsed and supported by the Gunditj-Meering as the most suitable method to assess project impacts. The predictive model has had several iterations tested to support the evaluation objective of the project, which is, of course, to avoid or minimise adverse effects on Aboriginal cultural heritage. The nature of an iterative site predictive model necessitates that further testing and refinement will continue as part of the ongoing preparation of the Cultural Heritage Management Plan, and the Gunditj-Meering as registered Aboriginal party will, on receipt of the CHMP, the Cultural Heritage Management Plan, evaluate the plan and take into consideration the objectives and requirements of the Aboriginal Heritage Act. And just finally, I am satisfied with the mitigation measures in the day one version of the EMF and incorporated documents. However, just as a point of clarification, the reference to exclusion zones in mitigation measures 3 apply to previously registered places at the time of the desktop assessment, not necessarily the newly identified places or those part of the ongoing assessment, which would require further consideration with the Gunditj-Meering through the CHMP process. I am further satisfied following the further testing and refinement of the model, that is up to Model 3, and during subsequent phases of the project, described as phases 4A and 4B, as well as ongoing Gunditj-Meering consultation and the application of the CHMP post-approval conditions and contingencies, described here as phase 5, that the evaluation objectives as set out by the Minister will be met.
Thank you. Mr. Feldman, just a couple of questions by way of clarification. Your final slide that was on the screen a moment ago contained a point of clarification concerning the meaning or reference to exclusion zones within mitigation measure AH03. I'm just wondering whether you think there's a need to make any modifications in written form to that mitigation measure to give effect to that clarification. I can, if you like, share my screen to have that mitigation measure before you.
Yeah.
Can you see that on your?
Yes, thank you.
And you can read that okay?
Yes, thank you.
So the question is whether the clarification that you made need be implemented through a written modification to this mitigation measure, or whether it's simply a clarification about how you understand that mitigation measure to operate.
Thank you. The exclusion zone that was considered as part of that technical report was considering the existing conditions in that report. So it will work in concert with mitigation measure 2, but perhaps there is some requirement to define specifically the avoidance of what previously registered or when they become previously registered, as this is an ongoing assessment. That may be required as clarification, because there is not necessarily that ability to avoid all registered heritage. So it's going to be subject to mitigation measure 2, and that is the preparation of the CHMP.
Yes, so the clarification is to ensure that the operation of AH03 relates to previously registered.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay.
That's clear to me, and we'll address that moving forward. The other matter that I wish to raise with you concerns a matter contained within the Gunditj-Meering submission made to the committee, and in particular the call on the part of the Gunditj-Meering to be consulted in respect of the preparation of various plans that are called up under the EMF. The day one version gives effect to that submission in respect of a number of different plans, but not in respect of all of the plans identified within the Gunditj-Meering submission. In particular, the plans where the consultation requirement was not given effect in the day one version included the relevant plan to be prepared in respect of operational noise management, and secondly, the plan to be prepared in respect of acid sulfate soil management. What view do you have about the appropriateness of those two plans being subject to consultation with the Gunditj-Meering in the way that other plans are required to be pursuant to the day one mitigation measures?
I would say that upon review of the day one mitigation measures that had been framed as the accepted ones, my opinion would be that given the majority of them will relate to values of the Gunditj-Meering that are not tangible insofar as they're not archaeological, they are non-archaeological, intangible cultural values. I think there's probably a good argument to be had for including noise and vibration.
Yes.
In terms of, because similar to, I note that, there's burden bad adaptive management plan. They have concerns about the avifauna and require ongoing consultation in relation to the monitoring. I would see that in a similar way to sediment erosion control, ecology. I would see that noise and vibration may impact on intangible cultural values and perhaps should be considered.
Yes, thank you.
Where the acid sulfate soils, I'm not sure that I don't know that I could judge the significance of the requirements following the acid sulfate soil report, but I wouldn't have thought it would be as critical.
Okay, thank you. They're the questions. Perhaps just before, it might be a convenient time before the committee asks its questions, just to report back on the matters that Member Kirsch raised yesterday concerning that reconciliation between the submission and the day one version of the controls. As I indicated yesterday, I'm instructed that the day one version didn't include the consultation requirement in respect of those plans, given the sort of technical nature of the plans and what was considered to be a disconnect between the substance of the plans and heritage values. I'm instructed that to the extent that there is a connection, and we recognise the evidence that was given in respect of noise, for example, but both yesterday and today, that my client certainly has no issue with that consultation requirement being included. You asked also yesterday, Member Kirsch, whether there'd been consultation between my client and the Gunditj mirroring in respect of those issues. I'm instructed that, I beg your pardon, I'm sorry. I'm instructed that that attempts have been made to contact the Gunditj mirroring about that recently. That is, I asked that contact be made this morning, and I'm not sure yet whether that communication has occurred. But again, my client has no issue in substance to those requirements being included in circumstances where there's utility in those plans being the subject of formal consultation in the sense contemplated by the mitigation measures. So we'll pick that up in the day two version, but I thought it an opportune time to report back on that now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your evidence in chief. We have a few questions from the IAC, and I'll hand you to Member Kirsch to run through those. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chesil's dealt with the main question I was going to put to you, which is about the extent of consultation. But I would, I suppose, just generally ask whether there are any further elements of the traditional owner corporation submission that you would care to comment on, or do you have any views about beyond the ones that Mr. Chesil took you to?
I must say, thank you for the question. I must say, I upon reviewing the EMF framework day one, I think it's called, I was pleased to see the adoption of particularly the ones around social, economic, and ecological, simply because in my experiences undertaking the impact assessment process, just in general, it can fall between the gaps. And I think that this being picked up here is of great benefit to round out the assessment, because all values are critical. Sometimes they're not as easily picked up through a standard process.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Member King.
Thank you. One follow-up question from me. So we don't have a lot of questions for you, Mr. Feldman, but thank you for your evidence. I have one question relating to drafting of the mitigation measures, and particularly the AH01, which does refer to the consultation with the traditional owners. And I just noticed the term "where practicable" and "where reasonably practicable" is used in a number of locations. And I'm wondering whether you understand the purpose of the phrasing in the context of that mitigation measure, and if you can provide any advice on what you understand the purpose of that phrasing to be, and practically how that might be applied.
Would you like me to share that?
Yes, thank you. So it's used in several locations in that particular mitigation measure. It may not be something that you have an understanding of why that wording is used, and if so, that's fine, but I'm interested to know if you've got thoughts on its application.
I guess, thank you for the question. There's one point in relation to the environmental management plans, so broadly speaking, whether they're operational or construction, the where practical doesn't count in the sense that the preparation of the CHMP, which must be endorsed and approved prior to the activity commencing, will necessitate the type of engagement that is a bare minimum through the CHMP process. And when I say bare minimum, it may include, so I know there's a lot of dot points here, but just to, it may include consideration of these, certainly cultural safety, cultural awareness. These are mandatory these will be mandatory requirements of the Cultural Heritage Management Plan. So there will be a mandatory sort of trigger to some of these. Now, you're quite right. I think perhaps in relation to the specifics around the preparation of the bird bat adaptive management plan and other, I guess, parallel processes, I don't know that I can comment too much around the practical application of it, but certainly in relation to some of these matters, they will be dealt with through a mandatory requirement of the CHMP.
Thank you. That's clear. Thank you. No further questions from the IAC. Thank you very much.
No questions by way of re-examination. Could Mr. Feldman please be excused?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Feldman. We appreciate you coming along. Thank you, Mr.
Okay, back with me. Well, I took note this morning when the committee indicated it was day 11. I made note of that because we've now completed our evidence and we've obviously got through a large amount of material in 11 hearing days. And really what I'm planning to do now is address certain matters that are relevant to the closing of our case, which is scheduled for Thursday. And one of the challenges of these processes, of course, is you hear a big block of evidence over 11 days, and then there's a relatively short turnaround period to close your case. The way we're going to approach it is as follows. We are looking to circulate day 2 versions of the EMF and the incorporated document, as well as a table identifying updates to the bird and bat adaptive management plan as part of what I'll call a suite of day 2 materials. And we obviously have a series of changes we'll need to make, not just in respect of the evidence we've heard up till now, but you know, as recent as about 2 minutes ago, some further changes we'll need to work through with the client. So we'll look to file those tomorrow as early as we can. And whether we hit the 12 o'clock deadline, we'll do our best to do so. But we anticipate that bundle of material coming first. We also propose to prepare a written submission that addresses certain things. In particular, the written submission will address aspects of the relevant legislative frameworks that bear upon your assessment, and that then goes on to identify certain matters that have arisen through evidence. And in closing our case on Thursday, at this point in time, what I'm anticipating is that we will first walk through the key changes in the day 2 documentation so that you can understand what we've sought to give effect to following the evidence. And then we'll table the written submission and rather than walking you through it in full, we'll address certain aspects of it that we think are most relevant, and I'll explain how it is we've prepared that document as a record of our position in respect of the matters arising throughout the running of our case. What I'd like to do this afternoon, if it's convenient to the committee, is work through the list that we're working to that records the matters that we understand to be outstanding from requests made by the committee. And what I was hoping to do is indicate how it is we propose to respond to those matters, but also to ensure that we haven't missed any. And we invite the committee to identify whether there are other matters that we haven't don't immediately have on our radar. So if you're happy to do that, I'll just run through our list and invite you to jump in if I've missed anything. The first matter on my list concerns a request for a summary or a reconciliation to be prepared in respect of the number of trees to be impacted along Boiler Swamp Road. You'll recall that there was an issue about the accounting, if you like, of trees for the purposes of the impact assessment. That's something that we'll respond to most likely in the form of a technical note. There was a query, as I understand it, from Mr. Tobin about the maximum height of trees within the plantation. We've addressed that in part, but we'll come back and tie that one off. There was a query concerning the intended use or function of the $50,000 amount that would be triggered upon the loss of a southern bent-winged bat pursuant to the terms of the Bird and Bat Adaptive Management Plan. And so we'll provide further detail in respect of the intended use of those funds should they be incurred. And I'd also like to foreshadow that as part of our closing submission, we intend to address you in more detail about the proper administration of the larger, broader ecological fund that we've identified on a number of occasions. That is the commitment of $1 million per year for the life of the project. We think there'd be benefit in addressing you further on how it is that that fund should be administered to ensure that it is properly that the very substantial benefit from the fund is properly realised. There was a query from Member Kirsch about whether there is any need for further exhibition or notice in respect of the central power line alignment. I addressed that in oral submission, but we'll pick that up in written submission. In our submission, the answer is no. It falls within the area of the proposed planning control and would not give rise to impacts that would require additional notification. There was a the committee will recall that during the cross-examination of Mr. Organ and Mr. Van Mr. Cumming tabled a number of documents seeking to draw a distinction between pre and post construction monitoring undertaken in respect of wind farm projects. And Mr. Organ had done a detailed assessment of those materials and he was going to prepare a written record. That work is underway and we'll look to file that as soon as it is ready. And the plan had been that Mr. Van and Mr. Gibson also comment upon that report. The one potential complication in that is that Mr. Van, as I understand it, is on medical leave. He had some surgery that had been scheduled. So in the event that he's unable to comment, we'll simply file Mr. Organ's response. And if Mr. Van is able to comment later, we'll submit that material.
Mr. Gibson's, you just said Mr. Organ's response. Was that Mr. Gibson's response?
No.
Sorry, no apologies. Yes, you're absolutely right. Mr.
Organ.
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, then there was a query concerning the Heritage Rivers Act and its application to this process or relevance to this process, and we'll address that matter in the closing submission to be filed tomorrow. There was a query from the committee concerning the visual impacts of the project when viewed from the Lake Mombiong campsite, and in particular a query about a process that could be adopted in the event that the committee reached a certain view about the acceptability of that visual impact. We'll address that in submissions. We should indicate also that Mr. Hark is preparing a markup to an aerial plan of Lake Mombiong
that is the campground, and the preparation of certain notations that would identify where screening vegetation could be planted in proximity to campsites to ameliorate, in certain respects, the visual impact of the project, and where additional infrastructure in the nature of day shelters or the like could be located to otherwise improve the campsite. I should indicate that in addition to addressing those matters in submissions, we'll address you as to why it is the committee should not reach the conclusion that was the basis of the premise of the question, and we'll spend some time addressing you on that on Thursday. The other two queries are queries that I addressed a short time ago. That is a request for a reconciliation between the Gunditj Meering submission and the day one EMF, and we'll pick up further changes in the day two version. And the request from Member Kendall in respect of the consultation between the Gunditj Meering and my client in respect of that particular issue, as I understand it, that consultation is ongoing. But in any event, we'll address the substantive matter when in the day two version. Now, in terms of other matters, the committee this morning indicated that it would benefit from a reconciliation between expert recommendations made in respect of the mitigation measures and the extent to which they've been picked up in what will now be the day two version. So we're happy to prepare that document if that would be of assistance. I just want to make sure I understood that.
Yeah,
that
could
correctly.
I ask you just to recap how you just described that?
Yes, as we understood it, it was a reconciliation between any recommendations made by expert witnesses in respect of modifications to the mitigation measures and whether or not they'd been picked up in the day two version.
So that was the question that I raised. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right, yes. So in our original directions, we talk about the proponents. We ask the proponent to provide us with a response to recommendations of experts. I was actually referring specifically to that part of the directions.
Yes.
Off the top of my head, I understand it might be coming with closing submissions, so not anticipated at this stage of the process. So that was the one that I was talking about specifically, Mr. Chessell.
Okay, that's understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. The only other matter arising today was the reconciliation that Member Kirsch identified, that is between the DTP submission and the recommendations contained therein and Ms Dunstan's position in respect of those recommendations. That's a matter we can address on Thursday, or as soon as possible. I presume it will be on
Hopefully Thursday.
Hopefully Thursday. In any event, we'll action that. That's my list. Are there other ones that are outstanding?
I do have a few, just a few others, and let me just go to those. Before I do, I'm just going to rearrange my notes for 1 second. So I did have in my notes that you would respond or provide us with further information about your approach to any updates to Appendix Z, the consent application. So in whatever form that you need to bring that information to us.
Yes, that will be addressed in the written submission.
Thank you. There was also a matter relating to the clearance areas around the turbines in response to CFA advice, and I note that may not, given we've got submissions coming from CFA, it may not be something that you're in a position to respond to yet.
Yes, that was a matter that was on my list. I didn't address it because we don't yet know what the CFA position is.
That's
so
fine.
Our position is as per the evidence that you've heard, that is the acceptability of the measures proposed, including the 50-metre radius, if you like, around the base of each turbine, and we rely upon the evidence that's been given. We note that the witnesses indicated that they would continue to engage with the CFA. We'll respond to any updates as a consequence of that engagement. But yes, we don't expect to say anything further about that issue for present purposes, but we'll respond to any submissions that are made in that regard.
Thank you, that's fine. Yeah. The last one that I had on my list related to the location of the joint boxes along Boiler Swamp Road. And I'm hesitating in mentioning that because I did read something in the last 24 hours that talked a bit more about the positioning of that, and it may have been in relation to Ms Dunstan's evidence, but I can't actually recall the document. So I'm just raising that because I had it in my notes.
Yes.
And it may be something that we can just close off on to be certain how the location of those will be determined.
Yes, the relevant document that you may be referring to is the document that was circulated, I believe, yesterday morning, which was the response that was prepared to a request for information from the department. And in that response, we might just look for the document.
Oh, it is exactly that document. Thank you.
We do address the flexibility that exists in respect of the location of those pieces of infrastructure. That is flexibility in the order of hundreds of metres to locate those particular aspects of the project in areas that would not give rise to impact. And I just don't have that document number.
No, that's fine. And I am happy to say that unless we come back to, we don't need any further information on that. So
thank you.
With the information circulated.
So what you'll see in the day 2 version is the mitigation measure that concerns Boiler Swamp Road will include specific reference to the need to identify not just the specific alignment of the infrastructure, that is the transmission line itself, but also the particular location of those joint boxes along Boiler Swamp Road.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to ask if there's anything that you have, Member Kirsch.
There was just one, and this goes back, I think it was day 2. So my memory's sketchy at best. It was a discussion that we had about the day 1 EMF and the need to review some of the description of phases for various mitigation measures. And now I'm assuming that you're doing that as a matter of course as part of the next version of it, but I was just flicking through my notes and saw the reference there, so I thought I'd just raise it again.
That's something we've picked up in the day 2 version. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
There's a couple of other bits. The bushfire experts indicated they wanted to revise not the substance of the bushfire mitigation measures, but the order.
Yes.
We've just wrapped all that into the day 2 response.
Thank you. There's just one final thing I wanted to mention. It's a very tiny issue, but I thought I'd mention it now so that it can be addressed on Thursday. And it's in response to document 308, Tech Note 33, that talks about the shadow flicker. And there's just at paragraph 2.2. So this is just a question in advance or a notice, really. Paragraph 2.2 talks about the metric in terms of the metric is directed to avoiding unreasonable amenity impacts from shadow flicker at properties neighbouring a wind energy facility, so not for those that are involved properties. And my question is if you could just direct us to where it specifies that those guidelines, noting that they are guidelines, but it's relating to neighbouring properties only. So if you're able to come back to us on that, thank you.
Yes, we'll address you on that. Thank you. So I think that concludes the matters that we wish to address today. In terms of expectations and managing expectations tomorrow, we would anticipate at this stage that we'll circulate the day 2 documents first, and as soon as they're ready, and it might be that the submissions follow later in the afternoon. We'll do our best to circulate them as soon as they're ready. But it's a sort of an evolving document, obviously, that needs to respond, amongst other things, to the evidence you heard today and this week.
Yes, thank you. And as I know that you're responding to my suggestion that if its materials can be submitted progressively, we still welcome that, and even in terms of the substantive written submission, if it's able to be split for some parts to come through, you're welcome to provide it in that form to give us enough time to read it before Thursday.
What I think we can expect to do is the day two materials before the. I suspect the way the document's been prepared, it's a single thing that would be difficult to split.
No problems. Thank you.
Thank you for that indication.
So is there anything else we need to cover from your perspective today?
No, thank you.
No, thank you. And I'll just check if there are any other matters that parties need to raise or questions before we do rise for the day. So at this stage, we'll be returning at 10 a.m. on Thursday to hear the submissions of the proponent. I'll just notice in terms of documents received, I didn't acknowledge this morning, but just to acknowledge we've received a document from Mr. Turner, or 3 documents relating to the wind turbine location. So I'm just acknowledging those with a spreadsheet and Google Earth data layer. So they've been tabled and have been uploaded. So that was the final thing I needed to note.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you on
Everybody
Thursday.
Thursday. Thank you.